hello? Hi! Hi! Streaking it! Streaking it! I read on it on the 315. There we go. I wanted to say 305, but it wasn't correct. Is it this? We have 8 hours left on the timer! Which I don't think is gonna be completed today, but it's gonna be close. But hi everybody, hope you're doing good. If you have muted my Discord or completely out of the loop, I am sick. So please bear with me. I'm gonna try my best. But I am a bit nasally and I will sneeze, but at least I feel well enough to sit on the PC. There I am. Yeah. I did also nap for 3 hours, I think. 2 or 3 hours I napped. I felt a bit better from that. Might still take some medicine. But Undead Koreans on the first. Hi Undead, hi Kami, hi Fox, hi Cupcake, hi Korean, hi Asazo, hi Jax, hi Tolk, hi Dip, hi Kaltot, hi Mojo, hi Darkshade, hello Kami, hello Islander, hello Milkers, hello John, hi Grass, hi Star, hi Mike, hi Broccoli, hi Yuki, hi DigiMan, hi Willis, hi Madland, hi Digital. Hi Poppy, hi Galvatron. Hi Dimitri, hi Linny. Thank you. That's why we're in the comfy outfit today, because that means I'm comfy for the immersion, you know? I look as cute in real life, you have no idea. Need more points, please give. If I could have giveaways of channel points, I would, but I don't have any power over that. Yeah. Well, yeah. Today I actually don't know what I want to play. I don't think I'm well enough to do the dubbing with Eileen, and reacting is kind of iffy too since I'm sick. So I'm like, do I play some Silksong? Do I play some Star Wars? I don't know. I don't know. My ass is still sick. Well, I joined you, and then thank you. You literally made me sick. I blame you. You transferred it via internet. Coffee sounds like a seal. At least I'm not coughing, you know? That's what I'm really happy about. Because coughing when you're sick is fucking annoying, because you cough all the fucking time. And it's just annoying and it's tedious and you disturb people around you, and I get annoyed with myself as well, you know? There you go. Hello. But don't worry guys. I'm taking care of myself. I've slept a lot and I'm sitting in a blanket. I'm sitting in a blanket and what was that noise I just made? I'll get you sick. I'm gonna cough in your guys' face. I'm gonna sneeze on you. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sneeze in your face. Alright, never mind. I don't have a sneeze coming, but when I do, I'm gonna sneeze in your face, okay? Yeah. I will sneeze in your face. Yeah, you can't be mean to me when I'm sick. That'd be fucked up. Can't do that. No microwaving the seal when I'm sick. Hello? Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah. Whoa, go. For every time someone is mean to me, you have to gift 1 sub. So be nice. I made the rules. I'm drinking soda. Hi, Red. Also, I watched the second Spider-Man movie, the Into the Spider-Verse, but it's like the second one. Across the Spider-Verse. Yeah. I watched the second movie yesterday, and I am pissed off with the fucking cliffhanger, bro. I am pissed off! You guys have waited for that fucking cliffhanger for almost 4 years. And I'm so happy I did not watch the movie when it first came out, because then I would have had to wait 4 years. But now I only have to wait 1 year until it comes out next year. But yeah. It's not horrible, but it's still annoying. Oh yeah, fuck, I forgot about... Oh shit. 5 is the subs an hour? Hi Ichi, hi Artru, hi Hedgeman, welcome in. Congrats on your first fish, Hedgeman! Scam? Scam for what? Wait, you didn't hear it? 𝗙𝗵𝗃 𝗏𝗀. My bad, I could hear it, so I was like listening. Hold up, let me just ask Blubin to repeat what they just said. Hold up. Can you repeat what you just said? They didn't hear you.
Jenny says, can you repeat what you just said? They didn't hear you. Jenny, crank the volume. I said, cure equals snacks, gamer subs with code Jenny, and 5 gifted subs an hour. If she's still sick, that's on the D-gens. Fix her, chat.
Exactly. Fix me! You're gonna fix me! Ooh! I'm just a little seal. I'm just a little seal. I'm sick. I don't know. I can't take care of myself. Ooh. Yep. Streaking it. What the? Hey! I'm even smaller. Sargonos! I got something 195. Cock and balls, indeed. Gonna take your clubbing? Hey. Holy moly! Oh! What? Eileen, congrats on the 755! Holy moly! Hi, Star. Hello. Hi, MGP. How you doing? Long time no see. Hi, Razora. Please stop smelling my girlfriend's exhaust gases, please. Oh, hi everybody. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing better than me. How much are we on the wheel anyway? Let's check. 0. Alright. Thank you for seal tags. Oh yeah, Frost has their own emote now. Have you seen? Rose has her own emote now. It's just the pigeon with the maid costume. Okay, how are you feeling at the moment? Kinda poopy, I'm not gonna lie. I have, my nose is stuffed 24/7 and I feel like I need to sneeze all the time, but other than that, I'm doing good. Squeak. Because I'm sick. Hi, Mari. Hi, Wales. Caress on a 25. Squeak! Squeak! Yeah, put first in the microwave. Are you guys gonna stop calling 𝗙𝗃𝗋𝗃 by that fucking name, okay? Because it's not allowed, and you're just gonna fuck up your own message, alright? Because I've seen it from multiple people more than once now. Just say 𝗙𝗃𝗋𝗃. Just say 𝗙𝗃𝗋𝗃. That's if you need a nickname, just say 𝗙𝗃𝗋𝗃. Can we all pet the 𝗙𝗃𝗋𝗃, please? Can we all pet the 𝗙𝗃𝗋𝗃 in chat? Can we start the stream with that? Because he would love that. He would love it. Let's all pet the 𝗙𝗃𝗋𝗃. Yes, yes! I'd love to see it. Hi, Riddle. Hi, Koi. Koi, I'm so sorry I'm live so late for you, but I blame my immune system, not me. Yeah. Also, there's gonna be a video out in 12 minutes. Where's my Tama even? My Tamagotchi's screaming and I don't know where it is. It's gonna die, Chad. This is it. You're gonna get 10 hours to the timer right now. Oh, it's right there. I see it. Work didn't get suspended tomorrow? That's sad. I mean, yay. I mean, actually, no. My Tamagotchi is not dead. It's just hungry. Yep. If I decide to stream 8 hours today, it could end today. Might be the end of 𝗙𝗃𝗋𝗃. I cook. Hold up, I need to take care of Greg. Well, if you guys are really unlucky, if someone spins the wheel and you're really unlucky, then it could also be really bad. You know, because you could make it shorter. I have rested. I've slept like 12 hours today. Because I love streaming. So I don't want it to end, but if you guys want it to end, then it's gonna end, you know? Yeah, but I'm manageable sick, you know? Like, it's not like I'm dying sitting in front of the PC. When you're sick, sorry for being mean? Yeah. You gotta pay up now, Jax. What? Levi. Hello. You know, Levi, you missed a really funny moment yesterday. Fucking Frost told me that I sound like Sigrid when she laughs from fucking 𝗙𝗙𝗙. And it's so fucking stupid!
Huh?
So wait, let me send you the clip. When she laughs is the point, not when she talks. Look at this clip. Look at this clip. Well, everyone agrees except you, Levi. So I don't know about you, bro. Oh, I think my Tamagotchi is about to die. Like the natural death again, like the happy ending. Hi Jay, hi Frame. Digital CPR? What do you need digital CPR for? Thank you, Jay. DM it to Eileen and she can send it to me. To keep it alive? Oh, no, it will die no matter what you do. Hi, Tactical. No worries, Jax. Don't worry about it. But... Alright, let me see this clip then.
Wait, ESD's transfer students?
But this is the one we
Does
saw
that
yesterday!
technically make them
Squeak.
imports?
That's literally the one! You didn't even check the fucking clip! You didn't even look at the clip I sent you! You fucking idiot! Dude, no, you just fucking exposed yourself! That fucking caught in 4K, bro! You didn't even look at the clip! You really know you don't sound like her. Well, you didn't even see the fucking clip, bro. Have you seen the whole fucking clip? Have you seen it? Bro's lying. Yeah, first few seconds. Look at that. Look at that. First few seconds. That's not even the best part of the clip. The best part is at the end. Actually, liar. Me when I lie, by the way. Wait, let me check the clip I sent even. Let me check it.
Come enjoy fishing. I've got things covered here.
Ah, I see. So, see.
Okay, the clip. Okay, I've seen it, but the clip doesn't have it in it. It's before this clip. So we're both wrong. Fuck you. We're both wrong. Including Mad Lad as well, because the clip doesn't even have it in it. Yeah, fuck you. Honestly, no, fuck you. Yes, but you didn't fucking watch the clip nonetheless, so you didn't even see the comparison! The funny part! Ah, why is Phillips grabbing my mouth? What the fuck? Hi, Phillips! One second. Okay. My pearly whites. Yep. No! Why? Yeah, the comparison is there. Yeah, there's a pervert duo. I don't want to admit to it. You don't want to get close to me right now, though. I'm sick. I'll fucking make you sick. Yo. Where the fuck is my lip balm? Who stole my lip balm? I mean, fair enough. I don't think you can actually get contagious. Or, well, how do you say it? I don't think you get sick from there. Where's my lip balm? Man, my lips are crusty as fuck. Where's it there?
Huh?
Once again. Squeak. You were wrong because you still lied about watching it. You only watched a few seconds. Taylor, congrats on a 10 and Levi congrats on a 25 earlier. Yeah, but we were both wrong. I have seen the clip you sent though because it's earlier. It's not clipped, but it is earlier in the video. Yeah. Is one in the clip? No, that's true. But that's why I'm saying we were all wrong. We're all wrong. Yeah. All wrong. We're all wrong. We're all wrong. You are wrong because you lied. You lied. You lied. So what should I play today? Should I play Silksong? Or should I play Star Wars? Should I play Predict Zomboid? I'm not gonna complete Silksong in one day like today because I have very limited time. Well, you said as soon as possible. You changed it. You know I'm sick. Hi, Sheila. Hi, Alec. Alright, I'll play Silksong and fuck me then. No, I'll play it. Fine. Oh. I love your mocky meme. Go back to bed. No. No. I can't. It's illegal. Dude, I'm sick and people yeet me and they bonk me. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, garlic bread, yummy. We ate that yesterday, actually. Hi, Glitch. I have to take care of my body today. I slept for like 3 hours. I slept for 3 hours. Well, no, in the afternoon. I slept the whole night, so I slept for 7 or 8 hours, and then I took a nap for 3 hours. I meant I took a nap for 3 hours recently. Because I was really tired. I could go sleep again. I could go sleep again. Back to work. Good luck. Hi, small girl. Alright, are you guys ready for some chill Silksong? Well, hopefully chill. Opa. I mean, that's what I've done though, like... I don't need to sleep more now, I can sleep earlier tonight. Hi, Frost! No, I never said that! I said I'm gonna rest up a bit, then see how I feel. And I'm well enough to stream. Okay. Yeah. I did watch the second Spider-Man movie yesterday, and I'm really upset with the cliffhanger, but at least I don't have to wait as long as most of you guys had to wait. Or have to wait. "51 hours and 0 minutes.
𝗙𝗵𝗶 says, Blebby, be careful, Ginny is sick, and if you're not careful you'll catch the bubonic plague. Bubonic plague? Shit, that sounds contagious and hilarious. Don't worry, my blubber's immune to everything except snack deprivation and a sleepy Ginny. I'll risk it for the memes and the subs.
Enjoying the game? Yeah, it's aight. I mean, no, it's a good game, don't get me wrong. I'm really interested in the lore, so I'm gonna watch like a shit ton of lore videos after I'm done with it. No M, actually, no M, you're right. I did reset him yesterday, because he was talking bullshit again, so I had to reset his memory. But I've decided I'm gonna stream. Wait, what is 8 hours from now? Or 7.5 hours from now? Hi, Tower Man. 1:30. This type of music sounds so sad. Oh, I got the last cylinder! There you go. Hi, Sora. Oh fuck, I need to sneeze again. What did the voices were like noises? Probably voice actors. Well, duh, but... We'll see if it's the last 8 hours today. Ow! What the fuck? Ah, shit, I forgot about him. Roska. I don't know if it's early, but that shit is so funny. It was voice actors is fucking crying. I'm sorry, I'm silly. 𝗙𝗵𝗵𝗏𝗡𝗏. Ow, if I can snipe you. I don't know how to get up there. Ah, this way. This didn't lead anywhere though. This is where I got to Lulu, didn't I? Yeah. Oh. Hi, Scriptor. There is a place there! There is a fucking place there! Can I get there from here? No, I fell down too far. Can I bounce on those? Wait, what? I think I can bounce on it. Hi, 𝗙𝗪. You guys think it'll be the last Silksong day today? If you guys are lucky though, Greg might die. Because he's at the end of his life.
No.
Hi, Dino. Hell yeah. Is that it? already unlocked it all, okay. Well then, time to get to Bywater and annoy that. Actually, I need to go up there. Hi 𝗙𝗙𝗪𝗙, hi OG.
𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗏.
Alright, we need to go to Bywater to get the Lulu that's over there. At least I have a plan, you know, what to do in the game. In 𝗙𝗃𝗃 competition, your opponent's in 𝗙𝗃𝗃. Go! Hi, bunny. Also, there's a video that came out, let's see, 13 minutes ago. Am I in the way? Yeah, it should soon be linked in chat if you guys want to check it out. Hi! How you doing, bunny? Did I have that scripter? Oof. Oh, I'm dominant. Hi, bananas. No! I fucking knew it. Don't forget the silk command. Oofa. Oh yeah, the schedule for next week will come out after the stream. I swear, whoever composed the music for Hollow Knight and the Silksong, they have a great fucking musical sense. I don't know, it's fucking great. Every fucking area fucking speaks to you, you know? Hi, Asma. It is good today. I don't know the way. It's not this way. Woo! Hi, Cactus. Happy Sunday. It's almost Monday again. No. Nobody like that. Alright, I shouldn't remind you guys. we go. And now I need to go all the way to the left and up and then right. Oof. Such a long path there. Okay, ignore that. Ah, shit. Alright, let's play it. Yes. Alright. Holy fuck, they go far. Okay, here's the way. Aha! Ah! Oh my god, there's so many traps. No, no! Okay, everyone ready to do that woo in chat? Ready, 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 ready? Ow! Ow! Alright, that's it. All of that for that. The spikes are still here, bro. I can't even. That's so ass. Okay, I still have the bile water boss though. Do I need to do that one? No! I don't think I would have to do it for that. Oofa. Don't die now, please. Fermented abborre. What the fuck? Ah! Hello, Kati. Honestly, I probably do with all the worms in me right now. Hi, Patrick. I took a really annoying path back. Cheese. No! Bro. Slowly.
𝗙𝗵𝗹𝗀1450 says, how long should I make my stream streak message? Keep it short, 𝗙𝗵𝗹, like, one killer sentence. Unless it's a flex, then go wild and use all your available characters. Either way, mention your love for Globins or risk mediocre luck forever.
Hi, Rod. Oofa. Why does it say there's a bench here, but I don't see any bench? This is some bullshit, I tell you. I got kicked. Alright, well, let's get out of here. I'm just gonna have to go to the other side. Hopefully not die. Woohoo! Alright, where next? Where's the next one? There's one in Mount Faye I haven't gotten yet, but at least I can handle the cold now. It would have been annoying having to get that if I haven't completed Mount Faye yet. I need to go to the slab. Yeah. Alright, give me a moment. I need to go to the bathroom. What the fuck? Stweak. Well, hello. Yo, jeez, congrats to the 45. Aww. That's very cute of you, jeez. Thank you so much for the kind messages. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I see you guys. What are you doing while I'm gone? Stweak. Tweaking it. Be everyone's on a 15. Alright. I'm gonna cozy up again in my chair because I'm wearing a blanket. Minuscule amount of tomfoolery while you were gone.
𝗙𝗵𝗵 𝗙𝗵𝗵.
I remember climbing up this fucking mountain. Woo! I have to do it again, but at least I don't have to worry about being cold. Except I think I get cold in the water, however, so I need to watch out for that. Oh shit, I can't climb up this way. I have to climb far. Oofa. This way. Hi, Flokan. How are you feeling? Could be better, could be worse, you know? I got the Lulu. Hi, Galloway. Hope you feel better ASAP. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I'm just chilling. Faster to go back to a bench. No, it's the Bidewater bench. No, it's fine. It's actually because I can just go away. Hey, Ymir. I don't know if I marked any other one. I do have a mark here, but I don't know if it's for the Lulu, you know? I could go back and check actually. I could go back here and check. But then I wouldn't then I would need to go all the way. Either from Blasted Steps and up. You know what? Let's do it. It's here. Yes, there is. Hi, Director. Hello. Yeah. How are you guys doing? Oh shit. I'm close now. Wait, to VIP? Sweet. Oh, let's go, girls on the good time. Uffa. Hello. Did I do it?
𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗃.
Didn't do it.
𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗃.
Like no, there's we even have an alert for it now, Broccoli.
𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗃.
Tamiayan.
𝗙𝗃𝗃𝗃.
I'm missing two. I might as well buy them.
𝗙𝗪𝗪.
How does it marked? It is one here that I didn't mark myself. Fuck. Arthur woke me up in the middle of the night and I saw they were live late. It seems like everyone's sick right now. Isn't it because it's like going to almost like fall soon? But you're in Australia, so it's almost summer for you. Well, almost spring actually. Oh, here in the Crawl Lake. Alright, well, let's do it then. We have two more! What the fuck? What of immune system? I mean, it might have to do with me not sleeping a lot the past like 1 or 2 weeks, so my immune system became like worse or some shit. Or weaker. But I slept like 4 hours a night maybe? I slept really badly. Well, I normally need like 8 hours, so... Well, 7-8 hours. Yeah. I don't recommend. Hiyo, good morning. But I have decided that I'm gonna stream until 𝗙𝗶𝗹𝗪𝗔𝗔. Maybe. If I feel like it. That's 3:30 AM? Ah, shit. Maybe that's a bit late. Well, if someone could roll the wheel right now and get minus 60 minutes, you know, that that would do it. Yeah, they were added, yeah. Fuck! No, actually, the fastest way to go is high halls. Yeah. What? Wait, how do I get in there? Maybe it's from the other side. I hear it sleeping! I don't know how to get there though. I hate how she moans every time she moves. Don't eat either. Oh look, they're vibing now. Not it. Ellie, do you remember how to get to the flea here? No, the cage area is here. That doesn't have to do with the flea. Flea is is right here, below me. I can't go through here. No way I did that. Ow! Gracefully going down again. Alright, we did it. This one is done. There's only one left, and then we can, then we have all the fleas. Hello, Björk. We need to go to Belway. Holy fuck, is a trip all the way over there though. All the way to the right. From the middle. It's not the worst place to travel through though. It's this way. Fucking thing here. Oh. I hear it. Oh wait, this is so it's stuck in there. I feel bad.
Little branch underscore says, can beat the game faster than she beats you. Bold claim. Little branch.
Get
Jenny
parried.
couldn't beat me even if she streamed in turbo mode. I'm undefeated in snack theft and dodge skills. She's still stuck in the tutorial. Game's easy. Blevins is legendary.
No, that'd be fucked up. Alright, ready for the 𝗚? That's it. That should be the last one. 𝗚! Bye. Also, what the heck, friend? Hello, everyone.
Friend.
I'm back some fucking shards. Oh, this is to save time? Woo! Hey, Pen. Hello, hello. How you doing? Happy Sunday. Yeah. Just gonna run a little bit and we'll be fine. Hi, Branch.
I'm fucking your dad.
System says, Moon Tyrannid has researched for 18 months with 𝗙𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗄 Moon Tyrannid, 18 months? That's ancient in streamer years. Thanks for sticking around, even if you're lurking harder than Jenny hides snacks. Appreciate the loyalty, maybe treat yourself to a legendary sub-gift. DGens, take notes.
Yay, thank you Mom, for the 18 months. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Hope you're doing good. Alright, let's see what happens now that we have all the fleas. Well, hopefully, at least. Why? I fell down! Hello! I have every single one. I think.
𝗙𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗄
What? If you're talking about him fucking sneak peeking, he's already done that to me and I punched him away. I think I got an achievement for punching him away. He looks like a pervert. But what now? How am I missing one? There. Fuck, I'm missing one in the underworks. No! I fucking hate. I could actually go to the right and just take the elevator down. Want to know what kind of dinner I'm having? What's up? Enlighten me. Okay, we're missing one. We're missing one. I thought we were done, but we're missing one. Oh, 𝗙𝗵𝗏. Hello, 𝗙𝗵𝗏. With pickled beets. Pickled beets and yeah, fried eggs. So good. One of the best fucking dinners in the world. I thought there was an elevator here! Where's my elevator? Elena said there's supposed to be an elevator here. Can't climb up there though, check. Let's see him. Up to the... This place has such epic music, bro. Yeah, I'll just have to take it to the underworks. I just hate underworks as a place. It is tedious. It's not worse than Bywater though. That scared me. How the fuck is it below me? How the fuck do you get there? I don't know how to get there. I would guess it is to the left. Good night, Undead. Hope you feel better. Ah, I hate this place so much. Have we tried finding way there? Yo, I'm guessing it is the left. All the way to the left, where I haven't been yet. What the fuck did I do? I just opened a path, I think. I couldn't do that before. 𝗙𝗵 versus 𝗙𝗵. What the fuck? What's the point of this secret room if there's nothing in here? What the hell? Why have I marked that place even? I don't understand. So it isn't on this wall either. Why could I? What was their secret place with nothing in it? I don't get that. It can't be nothing. I'm gonna Google how to get to that for you. He's not even down here. You're kidding me. I have to defeat Flame Daddy.
Yes, yes, yes.
I am so upset right now.
Yes, yes, yes.
Well, it doesn't make me like him more. I mean, if it's not as bad as I think, I fucking hate him. Well, I mean, I almost did defeat him once, it's like I can't do it. Oh my god, beef. You know, telling me in advance will do shit, you know? Tell me advance and never do it, I'll just be on edge the entire time. Hello, Hoshi. I'll be doing good though. Fire shield, fuck him up. Yeah, I'm gonna get there first and then take it from there. Hi, Piet. Hi, Daisa. Okay. Let's get a flamethrower and defeat the... Well, no, he is made of flame. Never mind. We're gonna bring them water to defeat them. Where's Witch Thicket? Fuck, I have to go to Greymore, then climb up Greymore. Well, here we go. Actually, can't I climb up? Yeah, I can. I can take the elevator thing. This way and then... This way? Woohoo! Alright, here we go again. Hi out there. What tool should I have though? Because the bugs don't do shit, so this is not really an entity with like silk and shit. So what can be useful? Will it even work if I use like these? Like, will they even hit them? The plasmium? Ah. It's not even plasmid, he just spelled it wrong. It's plasmium. The plasmium file. I'm gonna deal with the upper ones first because they're the hardest one to deal with, in my opinion. Flame Daddy. What? Dodging these before. Dude, why was it so hard for me before? What? Why was it so hard for me before? I wasn't only the plasma, I did that so fucking fast. Rather than when I did it the first time or like second. Where's the way then? Can do this? There's no way here. What did I even get from the video? The remains of an ancient bug were housed at the pyre's heart. The structure suggested they wished for immolation. Oh, I got this thing! Oh! Yo! I can be him! Are they still here? Sweet. Oh shit, there are. Tone. Alright. Hi girl, congrats on the 65. can just destroy them because I just hate them. Again! In my opinion, they should stop existing because he died, you know? I love the sound of discovering a secret. I love this. I saw it. How the fuck do I get past that? Oh, here, I see. Ah, yeah. I'm scared. Hi, Alderson. Ah, fuck, how do I do that? I don't know how to time this one. Okay. Ow! Oh, I can go back this way. Happy days. I love when they give you a path back to walk. Anything here? Aha! No, I don't know actually. Seems like I can go this way from above though. Whatever the way that is. Yay! Hi, Kaylee. Oh, you bitch. That should be the last fucking... Yeah. Yeah. Now I can go back. I just have to go all the way down again. Then up one. Oh, no, I can go here. I can... No, I can't. I take it back. I'm a liar. This way. What the fuck? Alright, I swear if I missed another one. I don't think I did. I don't think I did. That's my name. I love seeing everyone's like favorite routines. I take note of it. Actually, I can here. Ooh, look at me, I'm all flamey. That should have been it though. I think I'll double check the map even. That's kind of cool. It just spawns them passively. There was a fucking weaver there. I forgot about dinner. Go eat dinner. Alright, here comes the final moment. You're fucking kidding me, right? I missed another one. No! I brought them all. What now then? There's so many. No, but they just say the same shit. Maybe I just need to exit the area and like sit on a bench or something? I don't know. Bro, I have found them all. I think I need to like exit the area and sit on another bench. Because aren't they gonna move one more time? The big flea is very, very cute. Oh, where's the final destination then? Putrefied ducks? I need to go to putrefied ducks. Oh man. Yeah. Here? I have a mark here. Okay, okay. I need to go to putrefied ducks. God, I'm so hungry. Have I eaten anything today? I ate a bit. Oof. I've eaten like nothing today. I need food. I'm gonna eat some food soon. Hello, Dad. What's up, dude? I don't know where the fuck. Hold up. Was it called that? Oh, I didn't see it. And then from here, we're gonna go left and down. Wait, to start bench here? I should sit on the bench in case I die. Boy, do I not like this area at all. Hi, JJ! How you doing? Oh fuck, I forgot. Ah! No! I forgot about this! Fucking Half-Life, I swear! Oh fuck! Men du skämtar med mig? Why couldn't I go here? This through spiders, wash these waters flow, cleansing, binding a silk from shell, memories or kingdom calm.
That's fine.
Calm, making sure 𝗙𝗶𝗴 suitable? Yeah. Oh, so I need to go back now? Oh my god. Hi. But I need to go back to the caravan, but hopefully I can transport with them whenever they're gonna move, like I usually do. A lot of back and forth. Sweet. Resident 25! Let's go! Awesome that you're able to build your streak now. Alright. Sweet. Yo, Zay, you're on 25 as well. Let's go. Yes! Yes, I will. Let's go! We're going on a trip.
Oh, look how many we are! Oh my god!
𝗙𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃.
How's everybody doing today? Other than being sick, I'm doing pretty good. I'm learning to sew. Tool pouch expanded. Oh shit! What does that mean? Okay, what a nice place you have! Want to get Jenny will make her cold go away? Yeah, try it, try it. And there ain't even anything on the other side. Hey! I feel like I can go up there. Maybe not. Damn, he does not dare to fucking peek after I slapped him. Okay, what about now? Then I have gotten all the fleas. They're in their safe spot. Fleetopia! Wait, that's adorable! The place is called Fleetopia! Aw. That's very cute. Is it a church port? Okay. I love this. I have to get out of here too. How the fuck did they get past everyone? You're kidding me, right? Ah! here's how you get up. Get away from me! How close am I to 100%ing the game, though? I feel like I'm like 70% or something. 75, maybe? I got all the fleas. Seven. Yeah, no, I gotta grind like off stream someday soon and like get all the items everywhere.
Ahoy! 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 Oh, gacho.
You and her ways up there, the faded medium won't hold forever, ready to make you play. Well, I've already fucking defeated her though.
𝗙𝗏𝗏.
Not a miss.
Hi, Sid. Hope you didn't get any.
Aspin?
Gafama.
Miofene?
Brondaga.
That's a wish. 𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗠𝗄? What?
Benny Frank.
Do zobo.
The real bug's still alive, spread across this kingdom. One poor cousin dead and drained and swamp choked rotten. Yikes. Made to remove the bonus something? No, sadly not. I don't. There's no way that I know of, at least. It does take up a lot of space. I was looking at it and I was like, damn, that's fucking annoying. But it's only gonna be for a few more days that it's there, so, you know. Yeah, no. Apparently when you watch on phone, you can remove it.
Ledara.
Yeah, it is kind of fine. Maiden soul, hermit soul, seeker soul, snare setter. Is he marked on the map? Well, I'm gonna look them up. I'm not gonna sit here and think. Oh, so we're planning to trap the monarch instead of killing her? Yeah, because the ending I got, right, I took her place. And I became the Spider Queen. But now, and not anyone has to suffer if we trap her. Wait, that's cool! That's kind of cool. Holy shit, we're sub 6 hours! Ah! This is it. Alright. Well, let's start with the Shrine Maiden then. Element! Shrine Maiden. Where the fuck is she? Yeah, I know. I feel like they started off as a DLC, right? As a planned DLC, but then there was so much they wanted to add into the game and so much lore and so much other stuff they wanted to bring through that they were like, nope, you know what? It's gonna be a separate game. It has to be a separate game. I guess you're to the left then. That fucking statue reminds me of 𝗙𝗍𝗹𝗏 from Expedition 33 all the time, I swear.
Nesvir.
Yes. Hello. Yes, mon ami. Alright, I got her soul. Now we got the next one. Hey! What the fuck, Levi? What have I done to you, eh? Huh? Hi, Lurk. Enjoy Lurk. Hermit's soul is Belhard, the one who called you a slave. Oh, that guy. I figured it was him, actually. I figured that one out myself. Actually. Alright.
Oh, yeah.
Personal spa? I need to buy this one though.
Polyamor?
Let's see. Where's yet another? Yeah, that's what all the 𝗙𝗶𝗏 money has gone to. It's just window replacements for you guys breaking my windows all the time. This is my home. It's Chakra! She's here! Hi, Chakra! Oh. You're just gonna stay here.
Yes, correct.
He's down here. Hello.
Menasor.
Cadestre.
There's a grumpy old fucking man, dude. Alright, next one. We have Seeker Soul. Beamnest Atla. How the fuck do I get there? Ah, fuck. I gotta go to bottom thing all the way down. Hello, Nex. Good morning. Welcome into the 𝗙𝗵𝗹𝗪𝗃, where everything began. Is that where I actually started? No, it's not when I started. It can't be dangerous there, though. Yeah. I had a slight fever last night, and then right now I don't think I have a fever. I think it's gone down. Again, fine. It's fine now. But I just still have a cold though.
K4Mean says, is it true Ginny is the tooties of toot girls? Absolutely, Ginny is the tooties supreme. Queen of the toot girls, undefeated in fart contests, and bottom royalty. Nobody toots or boots quite like her. Bow down, D-Gens.
Oh, I tooted. Good luck at work, GG! Silking my song right now? I'm silking it.
Yeah! Ha! Yeah!
Queen! Oh my fucking god! Where in Weavness Atla though? Oh, probably this girl. Yeah, va! Dude, I can't wait to listen to lore about this game. I can't wait! Oh, I didn't listen. Oh, flashbang. Yo! Expanded the Vesticrest! Yeah. Shit, I didn't open the door. And I was just like, yeah. I can wear another blue one now. Look, I have another space for a blue one. Hell yeah! I love that. I'm gonna eat some sick food. For sick Jenny. Gonna fill me up. Well, it's somewhere in Weavness Atla, so it's not that big of a place, so I can just run around, no? Oh, okay. Eileen pointed, never mind. I don't have to run around. Hehe. Dude, I feel like I would be so much better at games if I listen. Hello? Where could it be then? here. Oh wait, what? I haven't been here. Sitter! Nice. Now I'm only missing the secret soul.
Squeak.
And that else, Kirk is on a 20. I'm gonna eat my food in the meantime, so please bear with me. I'm gonna try to multitask. Triple task, actually. Why am I gonna dislike you? Don't say I have to defeat the bad water boss. No! No, don't say that. Don't do me like that. No! No! Someone save me, please.
Yes.
I got 𝗙𝗶𝗹𝗃. I have to defeat the bad water boss. No! I wanted to avoid it. Stupid devs.
Yes.
Dronix. Thank you for believing in me. I have to go to buy water. We're gonna do it. I'm gonna eat first though, so I'm not hungry, because I'm hungry. And you know, playing something infuriating while being hungry is gonna make you cry. My cucumber tastes sweaty for some reason. Huh. I have no idea why. Okay. I'm at least gonna get out of here so we have some nice background music, because this background music kind of sucks. Okay, what do we want? Bellheart? Bellheart music is kind of nice. That and Clockworks, or Cogworks. You want the Citadel? Dude, can I stop getting lost? Alright, so the Citadel, and let's have some ASMR from the Citadel. I don't even know if it counts as ASMR. Lo-fi. I don't fucking know. Oh, you're right. I need to take the teleporter. Hello, Gabe. Honestly, I feel like having this flame thing will kind of help me a lot with the bad water boss, right? I feel like it. Plus, now that I have an extra blue as well, I can equip... Let's see. I can equip fast healing with... And now I have fast healing, long claw, and the wisp lantern. So that's fucking good. And I have the fucking fat plasmium.
Yeah, boy.
Hi, Daniel. Hi, Slime. Welcome in.
Gabe Gaming Guy says, important question for you Blubbins, what would you rate Jenna's gaming skills on a scale of there never was any to she is a god gamer? Jenny's gaming skills? Solid unlucky god gamer, she tries so hard, fails so adorably. Sometimes carries, sometimes fumbles. Wouldn't trust her with snacks, but she makes every game hilarious. Better than the Degens for sure.
Haha. Hi, Daniel. Welcome in. How you doing? Okay. Shit then. Are you talking about like first shrine? Alright, let's go. We're gonna eat food over in the Citadel. This is too slow though. Or is this nice? Wait, hold up. All right. Well. Oh shit! I made the name really big on my fucking email. No. Alright, we're going. Alright. I'm gonna eat my food quickly and then we're gonna defeat the Bilewater boss. Important you get sustenance when you're sick, I've learned. Hi VG, welcome in. Nom nom. Every time I'm sick, I eat a kebab. Because it helps so much. It's like fatty food that just like purifies your body. Yo, Kami, welcome back. What are you eating, Kami? Pizza or pita? No, kebab tallrik. Like kebab plate. I didn't know you could hear me stab my food. I'm so sorry. You already finished eating? Yummy Kami. Yeah, except it's not fries, 𝗙𝗃. This restaurant makes like wedged potatoes, like cliffed potatoes with their kebab. It's really, really good, like homemade. I did finish it, Ron. If you want to see the whole gameplay and the ending, I have the VOD on my VOD channel. Why are you screaming, Tamagotchi? That was fast? I did play it like several days in a row, to be fair. Here's my food! Okay, it looks kind of sad at the moment, but look, there's like... Because I've eaten half of it already, but there is salad, there's like olives, and there's like square cheese. I have the sauce in my hand. It's the white creamy liquid. Because I dip it in the sauce. Like I pick it up like this. And then I dip it in the sauce, and then you have like... No, when you bust all over it, it becomes like too much, you know? But here, you can just like... I don't get people to drench their shit in sauce. I need to have like a fine amount. That just became a mukbang instead. Gotta get everything on one like tab. Ugh. Look at that, look at that. You have the wedged potato, you have onion, you have salad, you have kebab, and then you dip it all. Oh. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna be sick tomorrow after eating this. Cami, send a picture of your food. I want to show it to everyone. The black olives and feta cheese? Yeah! Honestly, like, this is a pizzeria. It's not even a fancy restaurant. And they still, like, do it nicely. They do, like, homemade potato wedges. Homemade potato wedges that are cut, like, fancy. Very fancy. And then they do black olives and feta cheese. It's very nice. How much did it cost? €11. Right, I feel like normally from like other pizzerias, when you get like a plate like this, then you don't usually get like homemade potato and like feta cheese and shit. You want the horse reel attached to the image? No, Kami, stop sending me horses! He keeps sending me more and more horses, by the way. It doesn't stop. Homemade potato wedges are the best. I agree. I love potato wedges. Yes, he keeps sending me images of horses. Like I'm being fucking tortured with that. Okay, you're... You wanna see Kami's food? That's my asphalt. Hello. Here's Kami's food. Honestly, it doesn't look that bad though. It's just missing a bit of green, but that's because the tomatoes are fucking yellow. I was expecting you to show a dog ball. Fuck, I should have done that. Wait, that's such a good joke. Fuck. Wait a minute. Sorry guys, that was an image from Google. I just lied about it. This is Kami's actual food. Ah shit, wait. There we go. He's gonna have a slow eater because otherwise he chokes on it. Also, Kami had a date with Shrek last night.
Huh?
Yup. Kinda crazy. He was real busy. He said he got fucked and then he had to make 23 phone calls after he got fucked. That's how good it was. Yup. You kiss and tell hella. Oh yeah, shit. You wanna see my food? I'm almost done actually. I'm not a big fan of olives like this in the salad, but the feta cheese is very nice. Who looks done with you? Because I'm eating it. Okay, you know what? We're gonna dump the rest of the sauce here. We're gonna do it. It's just a fucking pool in the middle of the food. Okay, look, we're gonna mix. Alright. Yummy! Ta-da! Kami, you know what I would eat with your food though? I would eat it with mayonnaise. Yeah. This new? I should call her. Dude. Gjorde det så? My Tamagotchi shit on the floor. Oh shit. No. Just like Lulu. You don't use mayo anymore? I love mayo too much to give it up ever. But only one specific brand of mayo. This is way too much sauce, really, but I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna start dipping it. I'm just gonna eat it all. I need to take care of Greg so he doesn't die pre-hand. I don't know the fucking word. No. One thing you should know, chat. 𝗙𝗏 fucking hates when you say pre-hand instead of beforehand. So take that into consideration. Now use a light ranch. I don't like ranch that much actually. Garlic sauce is fucking banging. That's what I'm using right here. I feel like ranch is definitely a more popular sauce to have on stuff in America. I'm not kidding. I see people drinking ranch from the bottle. Ranch is just ranch in Sweden. But it's its own sauce. Definitely not that freaky drinking out of the bottle. Same with pickles. In America, you guys are obsessed everything with pickles. You have like fried pickles. You drink pickle juice. Like, I don't get the obsession. I don't get the obsession, man. Pickles are good though. I won't disagree with that. But in that quantity. Hi, Number. Welcome. Yeah, you can buy pickles as a snack. You can buy like fried pickles at like carnivals and shit or festivals. I don't fucking know. Then you can drink like pickle juice in like a 𝗙𝗵𝗴 bag, you know? Like it's wild. As an American, I hate pickles. Damn. You know what I love? I love French pickles. Have you seen them? They're called like cornichons. They're so good. They're very like acidic though. I buy food. Bye, yo. Ignore my dirty mouse pad, okay? It has seen better days, but I eat at my desk a lot, so. Alright, let's see. This pickled cucumber. Wait, cornichon français. Let's do that. This is the shit. It's like mini pickles, but they're extra like acidic. They're spelled like on the jar. I have hiccups. I ate too fast. Fuck. I know. I thought it said Mali on it to begin with. But then I saw that it was my Shippick. Yes. Actually, the real Lord to Mali's name. Made with vinegar? I don't know. Probably. Why? And you do you know, did you know we have an amazing thing in today's age called Google, Kami? I am not a fucking Google, okay? Hey Jenny, what's up? Why is my eye fucked? Wait a minute. Oh. Oh wait, the cheese is fucked. No! I'm gonna fix the cheese. You're as smart as Google's overview? It's shit! That's an insult, Kami. I don't appreciate that. Never trust the Google AI overview. It's 99% of the time not telling you the truth, basically.
True Ron says, is Jenny made with vinegar? Nah, Jenny's not made with vinegar, but she's 80% chaos, 10% bottom energy, 5% snacks, 5% questionable decisions. No acidity detected, just pure streamer flavor.
Yeah. I bought the Gamer Subs merch because it won't be available from tomorrow onward. I used your code. Let's go! Thank you! Use code Jenny, use code Jenny, use code Jenny. Yeah. Okay, well, look at this though. Prehand sounds so much better than beforehand, okay? It's also less syllables and less to pronounce. Therefore, I declare that prehand is now a word. Everyone should use it instead of beforehand, okay? Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Prehand. It's now a word. No! Prehand. It's prehand. It's prehand. It's prehand. You hear me? Hell yeah. Yeah, I got the bag and I got the cup. I'm really excited about it.
What? Eileen, remove it.
Eileen, Asaso just fucking added prehand as a blocked term. No! You can't do that! Just remove it, Kami. Just, oh shit, just remove it. I can't? Why can't you? Kami, I believe in you. Oh, okay, Eileen deleted it. You can write pre-hand again. You can write pre-hand, everybody. Go on. You want LuluCam, by the way? I forgot we can have LuluCam now. She's cleaning herself, though. Look at that fucking foot sticking up in the air. It's so silly. Look at her paw. Look at that. Oh, so slay.
Huh?
Oh, she hates me. Oh, she's happy I'm here. Yeah. Lay down. Come on, lay down. Lay down. Come on. Oh, the fuck! Luna! Luna! She almost fell! You saw, right? She started panicking. Luna? Oh, she left. Okay. Well, I tried. We'll see if she comes back, though. I would leave too. Dude, it was embarrassing. She almost... We have a cat tree. They just don't use it. Like, if you own a cat, you know they'll use anything but what you buy for them. They'll use a fucking random box somewhere. Lulu loves to lay on this chair next to me because she likes to be close. What am I doing? No! I have to defeat the Bidewater boss! Ugh! I'm gonna rage now. If I put it next to my desk, I'm not gonna be able to walk to the bathroom or my bedroom because it's gonna block the entire hallway. Yeah. Oh, wait, yeah. Okay, believe in me. We're gonna defeat the... There we go. You get a whole cat tree and toys and just like, whoopee! Another box! I know! It's so annoying! Meanwhile, dogs will just be like, oh! I'll sleep on anything you buy me. Alright, well, we have to get all the way up there now. It's gonna be really annoying. No, the thing is, Ori does use the tree sometimes though. Lulu doesn't use it rarely though. Very fucking rarely. Then again, Ori demands a specific amount of cuddles every day from me or she gets pissed off. Yeah, I know. She's so fucking needy. And she competes with me, you know? Ori fucking competes with me for Eileen's cuddles. She gets really mad if I'm in the way. Like, damn. She's just a baby though? She's like 7. Wasn't already there first? It's true, she was. I guess I should leave. I guess I'll sleep on the couch, you know? But, however, Lulu does most nights sleep like next to my pillow, so I do still have somebody. The cat bed was for you. No, but that's so real. That's sad, actually. Yeah, Jenny's the homebreaker. Yep. My bad. I came in and took Gaine's love from 𝗙𝗨, and now she's not happy. Actually, she was very cute earlier though. I was napping on the bed, right, because I was not feeling great, and 𝗙𝗨 came and laid like right next to me. She was being cute. It seems like she hates me, but she definitely loves Eileen. Sure about not hating you? Well, she doesn't despise me. She loves you, but not the way she loves me. She's always been mega clingy to me. It's fucking annoying at times, but not overall. Honestly, I would fucking love it, because you never feel alone. The thing is, 𝗙𝗨 and Lulu used to get along really well when Lulu was a baby, but now Lulu is a menace and chases her around the apartment and doesn't leave her alone when she says no. So they don't really, they tolerate each other, but 𝗙𝗨 doesn't want to be near Lulu. I brought Lulu. Maybe 𝗙𝗨 this like has a grudge against me for bringing Lulu into this apartment. She's just like, oh god damn it. What is an orange cat? What do you expect? It's true. It's true. Honestly, I didn't know about this whole orange cat thing until we got Lulu. But then again, I used to have an orange cat when I lived back at my parents' house. Well, they still have him, but it's called Lucifer. And he was really strange as well. So I shouldn't be surprised that I get another orange cat. And it's the same. Okay, we're good. I thought I would get infected. I was really scared there. Hi, 𝗙𝗆. This is so bad. I have 2 HP and I'm rotten on my way to the boss. This is so bad. Why did this game? I'm mad at this game already. Because why would they? Okay, listen, I'm gonna rant now. Why would they make 2 benches in this entire area? This and up here. And you have to go all the way around here. All the way up here. To then get to the boss. Here's the boss. Because I haven't unlocked it, Eileen. But I can't without defeating the boss. No. But I can't. Because there's a bile here. I can't jump over it. You're kidding me. If I'm gonna relog. I'm gonna relog and I'm gonna see if I can go past that. Yes.
0.
Well, my triggers are fine in my opinion. Wait, I wanna have this section. I don't know what to replace. I feel like the lantern could be pretty good against the bile guy. What? Repel mock maggots? But it only helps once, no? Yeah. No, it's kind of ass if it only has one charge. I like my name of your model. It's great. It's just right in the middle. And so you have time to think about your mistakes after dying to the boss. Yeah, right. That makes sense. They planned this. I'm ready. Okay, but let me try it. Let me go and check the right. Maybe I'm dumb, you know? If I can go this way and I've been just making it more complicated for me this entire time, I will cry. Is he here, 𝗙់𝗹𝗹𝗪?
No way you can go this way!
That makes it so much simpler! Ah! Oh! Okay, we're good. Hjälp! Okay. Woo! It is so shifty run to the boss, 100%. But at least it isn't. Ah! No! No! Wait. I know I can remove them. It's just annoying because I would miss a heal from it. Well, I'll have to remove them mid-fight then. Men du... Nej men, vad vill du? I suck at this! I just wasted my extra life. No, I forgot about this! I can be here, but I panicked. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, that was really bad. I swear I've gotten to the actual boss part yesterday, but it was really bad now. I panicked a bit too much. I'm gonna stay quiet. That way I don't panic. Oh, okay. Smooth! Shit. Oh yeah. Now we're talking. Now we're not infected. We're not 1 HP. We're good. This is it. Oh, that's true. I'm stupid. Ah, shit. And now the thing's gonna drop, but I can still stay here. Come on. What? He didn't die from that? Okay, that's stupid. Okay. But, okay. I don't know how to counter this guy because he spits and then he Kirby sucks you and then it's just fucking pain and then he spawns ads and then well, that's a fucking pussy move to spawn immediately. Men din kuksugare! Alltså, I need to just... Okay. We're calm, we're calm. This fucking bullshit! It's not gonna hit me. Okay. This sucks. I fucking hate this fight. I hate this fight. Oh! I need to punch something. Can I punch you? I want to punch you. I'm gonna punch someone. I will punch somebody. What backseating could you possibly fucking give me?
Oh, don't get sucked in by him, Jenny.
Well, no fucking shit. Eh? Double healing. Oh, because of the bile?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, which one is the double healing? Yeah. Hi, Dave. Well, there's no fucking safe zone with him jumping around like a fucking maniac 24/7.
Suga balle!
I'm happy. Stop. Now we're talking. Okay, this time. Turned out for what? I'm really good at getting up to this part. It's visually a lot. What visually a lot? Ah! Yeah, okay, I get it. Ballesugare är du.
What was that sound I just made? I sounded like a horse. I sounded like a fucking horse. Kami's fucking curse of sending me horse pictures is doing things to me. Last tip. Alright, just a tip, please. Come on, give me just a tip. Blood arms and spear throwers? Yeah. I know, but they're annoying. They do it underneath you, above you, I mean. Yeah! I unpaused the game and fell into it. Pause. Look, she's look at Horna, she's a mid-flip, look at her. Yeah, the double healing is great. I swear, Kami! What the fuck?! What is this?! Are you calling Eileen a cow? Are you calling Eileen a fucking cow, Kami? So guys, we're looking for a new mod. Alright. There we go. What is it doing? Men gör jag?! Gud vad trist livet är ibland alltså. But I can't be above because he fucking topped me! Yeah, the top here. I clap. I hate this thing falling down as well. It's bullshit, I tell you. Again. Okay, sorry. I'm calm. Sorry.
I'm very calm. I'm very calm. I think both corners are safe, by the way. Mana, mana. Du, 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 du. Men dra din flughelvete! Okay, he ended himself. Okay, before this boss, I need to take like a walk around my apartment, okay? I need to just like calm my senses, find my inner zen, okay? You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of the fucking Grinch video of him being at the yoga, you know? And he's like, the yoga teacher's like, you gotta find your inner calm. And then Grinch in the back just goes, ah! Oh. Dude, I'm gonna be fucked after this. It was a bad idea to play Silksong while I'm sick. I'm gonna be more sick after this. Ooh. Shadow refuses to eat dinner today. Just eat. I eat dinner sometimes at 3 AM. And that's a good dinner. Very good dinner, actually. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes. But I know you're not supposed to eat before you go to bed and stuff, but sometimes that is the way. That's the solution to everything. And you just need to open your eyes. Okay. I think I am getting ready to unpause. I just need to like make sure that I'm sitting comfortably. I play better when I sit comfortably. Whew. I don't go to bed at 6. I went to bed at 3 last night. Or it was later. It might have been later actually because I was watching a movie. Alright. Here we go. I'm looking in. Petition to fix. What do we want to fix with it? Suck me, I fucking dare you. Ah, what is he doing? He's glowing! Ah! 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 He's really easy once you just jump on him. You just need to bounce on him. You dared him? What did I dare him to? I didn't dare him to do shit! Hi, Sarah. What do? Suck me, I dare you? Oh shit, he's gonna double suck me, isn't he?
Fuck, I should have healed! I greeted it! I greeted it! Helvete! I was like, he's surely gonna be dead soon, right? I should greet it. I should greet it.
I graded it so hard. I was like, I want to get him dead. I want to get him dead so bad.
No, no, no.
You know, I get him this time though. He's easy. I don't know what you guys are talking about. He's hard. He has the easiest boss in the game. Ja, det här var ju tråkigt då. Men vad håller du på med? Sorry, I go Swedish when I'm mad. Jag kommer fan alltså. Okay, yeah, I cannot do him hitless. That's impossible. You're asking too much now. Now you're asking too much. You know that's gonna be impossible. Va? Ah. It is not fun. Hi, Ado. I think I can stand on this side too. Yeah, you can. Oh, that was an accident. I accidentally hit myself. Men kan det funka då? Ah! Men din jävla fan alltså. Okay, fucking pussy behavior actually. Suck me. Ah shit. I fucked up the rhythm, bro. My rhythm is not rhythming. This is the rhythm of the night. The night. Oh yeah. Don't greet it, Jenny. Don't greet it, Jenny. Ah, fan också. Fan också! I fucked up. I was a bit too I need to shut up when I kill this boss because I don't focus on if I yap. I yap too much. I can hide off. He's a fucking easy boss. He's just tedious. It's like 𝗙𝗵𝗏𝗏. What's his name? 𝗙𝗵𝗏𝗏. You know which boss I'm talking about? The flame motherfucker. 𝗙𝗵𝗏𝗏. Yeah. Whatever. You know which one I'm talking about. It's like long and tedious fight, but it's easy. Once you understand the mechanics, easy. Linksa! Wait!
System says, 𝗙𝗵𝗏𝗏 just raided us with a party
Thank you
of
so much for the
45.
raid!
Let's give him a
Come
warm
in,
welcome.
raiders! Hello,
Welcome,
hello!
Lick the raiders,
Like the
𝗙𝗵𝗏𝗏 style. Drop your snacks, settle in, and prepare for top tier chaos. Ginny promises quality fails. I promise quality sass. Let's make it weird.
Yeah! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good time. What did you do? Art! What did you draw? I'm currently suffering in Silksong while being sick, but hi everybody. For those that don't know me, I am 𝗙𝗔𝗍𝗏𝗏. I'm a Swedish VTuber and I play variety of games, mainly story games, and right now I'm playing some Silksong. I give birth? Oh hell yeah! Birthday stream. Thank you for Siltax. But yeah, we're trying to defeat this Bilewater boss. He's one of the most tedious bosses in the game. I would agree. He's one of the most tedious bosses in the game. But he's easy. So I will do this for the raiders now. Alright, I will quickly make some soda before the next try. And you guys, if you want to stay here and watch the next try, feel free to. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Alright, if you need to raid and run, by the way, 𝗙𝗵𝗏𝗏 or anyone else for the raid, please don't feel obliged to stay here. Alright, give me a second. Ta-da! I'm back. Alright. No, once if you're subbed here, you're just stuck forever. Like that's just your soul is gone. You are not allowed to leave anymore. That's how it starts. That's step 1 of the infection. Then you embrace your true degen. And then finally, the mating ritual. No, I'm joking.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, Kami got a gifted sub by an accident. Well, it was a random gifted sub. Had never been here before, and now he's a moderator. Someone told me about that one. Too late now, Phillips. And it's triple the amount if you're tier 3 as well. So. I would've gifted it because I said hi? Yeah. Me cooked? Yeah. Okay, this time we got it! For the Raiders! For the Raiders! For the Raiders! Fan också! Oh shit, I don't have anything in my vial though. I need to go and... Okay, after this try, I will go and replace my vial. Alright. Can we not do that mid fucking fight, please? I mean, fair enough, actually. It's really satisfying when you like do the last mob and it fucking goes in slow motion. It's very fucking satisfying. Damn, get credit. Merde. gonna go to the doctor, whatever. No, I don't wanna go to the doctor because then I have to go all the way back up here. I'll do it without it. I don't fucking give a fuck. I'll just replace my tool. I can have something else instead. Like, are you telling? Like, I'm gonna do this one. I have so many fucking stones anyway to spare, so I'm gonna just stand and just fucking shoot him. That was a nice try. I know. I had it down in the bag and then I fucked up. Good night, stars. Sleep well. Yeah. Okay, now we just need to run through. Yeah. I got this. I got this! I don't show that. That is so unlucky. That's so fucking unlucky. I was so close to killing him there. You don't know how close I was to killing him there. Like, it was so fucking close. I already went to second phase with him. Immediately. Because of my fucking... Eileen, shut the fuck up. I will do this. Don't tell me. Dude, you can't tell me this didn't take you guys like 30 times. The I was just acting like Kami, my bad. Oof. I only lost 1 heart, so it's okay. Move. I just hate when my bounce on it isn't working like I want it to, you know? This time I got it though. Streaking it. Yo! Got me with the 490! That's huge! Oh helvete, I fucked up. Help me! I got it. I got it. I'm a pro gamer. They don't know. They don't know, bro. They know. They know. They know. I'm panicking. Okay, calm down. Nej, men kuk och fitta på dig! One moment. It is wild. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready, sorry. Wait, we're in the middle of ads anyway. We need to wait until the ads are done. What if people miss my amazing? This is gonna be it, you know? This is gonna be the try. I know this is gonna be the try. I know it, bro. La, 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 la. Oh wait, we have Lulu Cam again. Yay! I told you she loves to lay here. She's so chunky, she don't fit on the chair though.
No, no, no.
The next one, not this one. What, you're telling me I'm not gonna do this one? Man. What? Eileen just felt like the whole floor shake. And I didn't feel it at all. I'm like, huh? What? Alright, ready? Ads are over in 7 seconds, then we're gonna go. I know this is the try. Especially with the boomerangs that I have, it's fucking lit. Well, that sucks. I have 2 minus HP. Okay. It's fine, it's fine. Fuck. No way! He touched my pinky toe! Phillips, this is your fault. Can I walk this way or do I need to go above?
𝗏𝗏 says, "Hey Jenny, it's the CEO of Team Cherry, just dropping by. At the moment, you are the person with the most hours in Silksong and we are all 100% positive you had the skill to back it up. This boss was intentionally designed to bully newbies. We are so happy you are showing camaraderie by dying to it so often so they don't feel as bad. After all, this has to be at least your 4th playthrough with that much playtime. Cheers and keep supporting the newbies, love to see it." 𝗏𝗏_Savage. Jenny's basically Silksong's mascot for dying, huh? At least she's giving newbies emotional support, with her fails. Maybe by her 5th playthrough she'll beat the tutorial boss. Thanks for keeping her humble.
What the fuck? What the fuck, Kami? Men du skämtar med mig! Ah! Dude, I wanna punch somebody. Can I punch somebody? Sugen! I'm on 2 HP, bro. I'm not gonna go to the boss with 2 HP. That's just fucking sad. Ah! Well, nej! Lägg av, du gillar mig. Aj! Aj! Du gillar mig, sa jag. Sluta! Aj! Lägg av, gå tillbaka! Sluta!
Okej då.
Aj, aj, aj! Aj, sa jag.
Då, du vill ju gå igen. Ta i den, ta i.
Aj! She's punching me! She's punching me! Oh my god! Here we go.
I need to calm down.
Big sword. I'm gonna go put on some pants. I was about to just show my bare ass in the camera. I need to turn that off. Be right back. Ellie just fucking flexed on me by getting me here while I was putting on pants. She says it's not that hard. Alright. Alright, buddy. This the one.
Why didn't you heal first?
Well, I don't know. I still have the same amount.
No, you will have full bar.
It's fine.
Ha!
But is he raging at me, bro? My armrest is in the way, it's bothering me. Men hur fan? Oh yeah, I should stop healing shit. I forgot about that. Ja, vad bra! Okay, this time, this is the one, this is the one. Okay. No, I've jumped into it. Okay. Oh, we got a new Crayon. Look at that.
It looks so fucking derpy. It looks so derpy, bro.
Alright, let's try. Obviously, Phillips is known to be a liar, so this try, not the other try. Got it. It's good. It's funny.
Sorry.
Nej, vad tråkigt! Oh.
The armpit is kind of hard. Just skip that one for now. That could be a future thing. Du skämtar att det där ens... What are you doing? I gotta look in now. Hi, DJ. Sorry. Dummy's dumb. I ever go again. Alright, this is the time. Surely, surely. I gotta stop throwing like that. I have 1 HP in a dream. I have 1 HP! No! I've survived so long on 1 HP! No! Why didn't he die? Why didn't he die? He had 1 job! He just had to die! Why didn't he die? Dude, I swear, I was like, this one is it, right? This one is it. And then he just kept not dying. Honestly, this is it. I got it this time. I just have to not fuck up like the way I did. Okay. You know, it's fine. That's just a little hiccup on the way. There are no mistakes, just happy little accidents, okay? As a wise person once said, you know? Boy, am I happy. At least I can heal when I get there. Never mind, I can't because I fucked up. Okay, let's just... Wow! Hi, thank you for the follow. Come in. Wow! Friend. There we go. No, don't touch me! Stoppa. Okay. Okay, there we go. Smooth. It's a smooth first run. Or first 2 waves. Not so smooth second wave apparently. Thing is, okay, I might also go and swap out my parry, because I don't know how you can parry him. How the fuck do you parry him? You can't, because he doesn't directly attack you. He sucks you. And then he shoots stuff at you. You can't really parry him. I like the parry a lot though. Yup. You want the suck. Here we go. Here we go. Fucking. I gotta wipe off my hands. Okay, I'm ready. No way that I jump into it! I have 1 HP again! Helvetes fan också. I am so close every time. I am so close every time. I feel like I'm like 3 hits away every time. We're gonna be here a while. I'm not gonna end stream until I defeat this guy. How many tries have I even done on him now? That's the most tries I've had on a boss, I believe. It is very fucking tedious. What the dude, I swear Shiro, you write the most ADHD messages, I can't even read them. It's just like emote every like two words. And I'm just like, my brain just shuts off. Hi Shiro, I'm trying to defeat the boss right now. And it's pissing me off. Yeah, when I see like 10 million fucking emotes in one message, I'm like, oh, it's Shiro, it's Shiro. Shiro's back. Hope you're doing better. I would say I'm doing a bit better. I don't have a fever at least. I gotta look in now because I'm throwing as fuck. Looking in. Fan också, I should have jumped. I have 3 HP! Du skämtar med mig, like, what is my fucking luck, bro? Nej, vad är det i mig för? Fuck you and your mom. Yo, hi Jay-Z. The combo, bro. The combo wombo is crazy. Freaking it. Yo, Grace on 145. I fucked up badly. Okay, worth it. I still got some heal off. Okay, he decides to jump just when I jump, like. Yeah! Yeah! Let's go! Woo! Let's go! A bench! What? Oh my god, bro! Yeah, thank you. That's all because of you, Shiro. Bit in my mouth, please. Welcome in. shortcut to putrefied dogs. Hell yeah, brother. Yum. That's wild. Welcome in, hope you're doing good. Hi, Marco. Thank you for seal tags. Welcome. We fucking did the boss. I can't believe it. Oh my god. Now we have the last thing we need for the quest. So now we can go. Now we can go and we can deliver this quest to the caretaker. Okay, so if you missed the story so far, basically how I defeated the game, or how I completed the game the first time, is that we just defeated the Pale Monarch, the Mummy Spider, and after we defeated Mummy Spider, we became her. Like, we took her spot, remember? If you've been here or if you played the game, we took her spot. Well, the other ending we're going for now, which is like, I guess the true ending, I don't fucking know what's canon, but it is that we're gonna trap her and no one's gonna replace her. And that way, I don't have to become Mummy Spider. Yeah. It was your first message. Yeah, it's crazy. 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 Mummy Spider? No hearing out. Crazy? I was crazy once. Okay, I should honestly go up to Purified Jux and just take the thing from here. It's a lot faster to go through. I think. Wait, but am I dumb? Hello? No, not this way. Why did they make bile water so big? It's so fucking rude of them. Like, they could have made any area that's actually nice to be in bigger. But no, they decided to make bile water one of the biggest areas on the fucking map. Oh yeah, I forgot we have Lunacam. That looks like Lulu when she eats, honestly. Ah! Oh yeah, that's really unfortunate! Where am I? Where am I going? I'm going up. We're going up, but I went the wrong way. We gotta go here and then up. There we go. Omega Lulu. It's true, she's fucking big. Wait, she looks so fucking fat in the camera. Lulu, this is how you want to be a protector. She's giga huge. How are you feeling? I'm feeling better. I did take like a 3-hour nap after I slept today, and I think that helped a lot with how I'm feeling. So hopefully it was just like a quick sickness and now I'm just gone. Unless I get worse, but let's not hope that. Lolo, you look chonkers. I swear it's just fur, guys. It's just fur. I need to cut your nails, bro. They're sharp as fuck. Look, it's fur, you see? Dude, do you want fucking belly rubs or not. She's like, give me them, but no, at the same time, no. Hey! Hey! Thank you. Anyways, go back to being chunker. Run away. Just like Cupid cat. Hey. What's with the fur? We have all the components now for we have all the components for the fuck. I don't remember what I was gonna say. For the trap!
Husband?
At least you don't go out shitting everywhere. I mean, the thing is, she doesn't sit on the floor if you sit with her when she's on the litter box, right? But the thing is, sometimes I don't hear her while I'm streaming, and then she like meows, and then I don't reply, and then she's just on the floor. So she needs hand holding while shitting, basically. Because how cats work, right? When what the fuck? Okay, basically, when how cats work, when they're doing their deed, you know, it's they're their most vulnerable, or one of their most vulnerable times. So Lulu wants me to watch her back so no one like attacks her when she does that. Same thing as she sits outside or inside the bathroom when I'm like pissing or whatever. Like every time I shower, Lulu's like waiting outside the door, like guarding it. So she wants me to do the same to her.
Hironare.
Oh shit! We're gonna trap her! Ooh! Scale the citadel and snare its monarch in a deadly trap! Don't tell me I need to defeat her again, right? I don't need to defeat her, I just need to go up there. Bah! It's further.
Fanno!
Fanno. Up here? It's not gonna make me defeat fucking... No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay. Whew. We're gonna now... We're now gonna trap the monarch, everybody. Are you ready? Also, hi. A monarch in our, yeah. A monarch in it. Tayo? It's so fucking emotional music up here. Woo! Oh, here he is! Saving by fucks, even rousing my soul and family to act. The snares set above are power bound to its thread. To your side, it may seem like a crude thing, but there's fair strength in it, enough to color the dawn. Okay. Oh, I need to cut her weeks! I need to actually... I don't remember how she works! Do I even have good enough, like, stuff on me? I mean, I guess that it's okay. I mean, it is better than before. Because... Oh yeah, she does the BDSM! Anyways, it is better than before. Because I have a stronger nail and I have different abilities. Are you guys ready for some BDSM? Here we go. Mommy? Mommy Silk? Oh yeah, I forgot about her fucking... I need to fucking look in. Fan också. Silka! My muscle memory needs to come back. I fucking love her mechanics though, they're so good. They're so fucking good. Nej, helvete, I'm dead. I got caught in the BDSM. Fan också. I've already defeated this boss, by the way. For those that have never seen this before, I've already defeated this boss once. But this time, it is different because we're gonna trap her. We're gonna make her weak and then we're gonna trap her. We never did that before. We became her before. I have proof of it. Anyways, I remember her mechanics now. I love her fucking mechanics. They're so fun to do. Alright, second time's the charm, yeah? I just need to, I need to get my muscle memory back. She has a second face too, that's the thing. You defeat her once and it's like, psych? Okay, parrying does the jack shit against her, I got it. Haha! No BDSM on me. Oh fuck. Oh shit. go, second phase. Second phase, everybody! She's gonna go faster now. Faster BDSO. Åh helvete, this is bad! Okay, we're good for now. Worth it. Is that it? Needling, right? It's a needling. I think it's needling because I binded it before. Yeah, this is it. We're trapping her in the void. With the void! Wait, it's coming back from Hollow Knight. Don't squeeze me! Please! 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 Yo! What? 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 If your grandmother and a trapper with the soul snare. Holy shit, Lace saved my ass! Lace fucking saved my ass! Did Lace go in the trap with her?
Yes, yes, yes.
Please! Dude, Christopher Larkin, holy moly, he does good music. That gives me flashbacks of uncountable backshots by the next enemies. Oh shit. Well, now I gotta start the secret act 3. Playtesters, they should have had me playtest it. I'm really good at finding bugs. Yo, Team Cherry, if you need someone really good at finding bugs and getting stuck, then I can help you playtest, you know? I'm just saying. $21.58, holy moly. And Seth. Let's see how many percentage I did on this one. Oh, am I supposed to press? Oh, I didn't see percentage. I don't get to know what.
Whoa! What? What is this? What is this? What? Wait, question marks? Wait, that's so cool! Wait, what?
No, we're just getting. Oh, cutscene! Yo, Hornet! Act 3! Abyss? What the fuck? Dude, I have so many questions.
Friend.
Discover the fate of 𝗙𝗪. Is that her screaming? That's the fucking Mother Silk screaming in the background. What the fuck? Hello? Is anyone? Ah! Is anybody alive? No, Hornet! Okay, do you want me to become smaller? I can be here. Oh, she's not okay. No, 𝗙𝗪 is the place in this game. Come on. I wonder how everyone's doing. Well, she just got fucking... Like... She just fell down, like, all the way. And she got choked by Mother Silk. Remember? And then Hornet... And then 𝗙cie saved her. Do I have any crest? Why is it on the Hunter crest? Do I go this way or that way? Oh, that way, okay. The void! Because if you don't remember, if you haven't played the first game or don't know about the first game, in the first game, we use a lot of void in the attacks that the knight does. And we also end up defeating the Moth Indian, the Mothman, so, Radiance at the end. With the help of void as well. Oh shit, 𝗪𝗀! Void creatures! They're void creatures! What the friend? They're void creatures! Du skämtar med mig! It fucking goes immediately into this, and I don't even have my fucking crest? I don't even have my crest, bro! wait, does that mean if I would have equipped everything I wanted on the Hunter's Crest, would I have had everything on, or does it start from 0? Like... If I would have equipped my stuff here, would have... I don't know, actually. Dude, I think I had stuff on the base one, because that's the one I started off with, you know, so I think it starts from 0. Where we go again, I guess. Okay, I can still do that. Okay, stop tentacling me. This is hard, bro! I'm gonna be here for a while. This is fucked by the devs again. Dude, I'm not gonna be... Okay. You're gonna have to take me as this big. I do the same mistake every time. Yeah, no shit! And I have to run so far every time to get back as well. What the fuck happened to this? I thought we were gonna fix it. I thought we were gonna fix 𝗏𝗏. The fact that I don't have my dash down either, I have the diagonal bullshit. Dude, okay, if you have played with Hunter, the Hunter Crest the entire game like DJ, this is gonna be a fucking breeze for you. But for someone that hasn't played with it and doesn't fucking know the diagonal bullshit again, is rough. I have 2 HP!
Marcos up _ says, does Jenny need to get good at Hollow Knight? Silksong? Cha. Jenny needs to get good, no cap. She's got persistence, but boss still eats her alive. Maybe donate a sub for each death, might speed her up. Or not. Still got him.
No! He fucking punched us like that! That was still painful? Oh. I'm gonna fucking end somebody if I keep doing the same mistake. I will end somebody. It's more than 3. It's silly is what it is. Okay, it's easy once you take it slow, actually. Yeah, it's easy once you take it slow. Don't tell me there's more. Okay. I corner with a baguette. What? At least you're normal. No, she's fucked again. One second. Okay. Sorry, Hornet, I'm making you suffer. Watch now, it's gonna be a boss instead. Hornet! Hornet! I do have that as a tattoo. The Kirby with the knife. Oh shit, I disabled it. But look, I'll see if I can show it. It's the ding dong! Oh my god! Wait, what the fuck happened here? Well, I know what happened, but like, I didn't know it affected this much. Okay, here. You see it? You see it? Yo. My muscles as well. Alright, let's find out what happened here. Irma! Massive biceps, thank you. Our safe haven, our home, this was left survived after the great breaking began. Left terrible noise from above. Everything shook and fell apart, and the black thread sprung upon. Dude, I feel like this should have been planned so much better. May I understand their source? I must speak with the old caretaker. Do you know what has become of him? He charged me with looking after those remaining here. He said he'd confer with his family down below. Damn, bro. Everything's ruined. Oh, I can still buy shit from her. Can I even afford anything from her? I might be able to afford the... something. Oh, wait, what? You can perform, like, with a harp? Alright, Can I sit down on a bench? I can't. Okay. Oh, I feel right at home now. Oh, hell yes.
Miofene?
Alright, where do I go? Why don't I have the compass? Oh, because they're empty for some reason. So where did he go? Do you know? Yeah, down below. Oh, where below though? Can I take... Does 𝗙𝗵𝗶 still exist? Wait! I can't take the tube? My tube! My tube! No, this is the end of the world actually. I can't fucking fast travel! Game removed tube and VTuber. You're just VR now. You're very funny, you know that, right? 𝗙𝗵𝗶𝗹𝗀. Can I stop? Du skämtar?
Stop sucking!
What the fuck was singing? Get good! Get good! Ah! Är det inte stryper mig? Kan det sluta? Damn, there's void everywhere. Let me guess, every creature's not gonna be like a void creature instead? It's gonna be like fucking hardcore mode difficulty on. Instead of infected with silk, they're not infected with void. But 𝗙𝗵𝗶s must be alive, otherwise I'll cry. Okay, not everyone is infected. I just wanna sit here so I don't fucking respawn up there. Dude! My 𝗙𝗵𝗶! I'm so sad now. He's big, what the fuck? 𝗙𝗶𝗶? What happened to you? Is that your butt? Okay. is hard. Ow. It's two sides now. Oh shit, I'm about to die. No! I didn't beat his ass, he beat mine, bro. Hi, Foxy. Thank you for sale tags, welcome in. But what the fuck happened to my belly boy? I'm sad. I can't fast travel anymore. There's no way to fast travel. How many people were sad when this happened? I'm sad right now. I am too sad. I loved him. This is fucked, by the way. This fucking bomba. This is so tedious, bro.
It wants me to. Yes, babies! Ah, my heart, my soul! Oh my god! It's a good girl! It wasn't even a good boy! It was a girl! Oh my god! I am so happy right now!
Wait! Does that mean I can go to the Belbies at any time? Because I can just... Wait, no fucking way! I bonded with them! I'm gonna cry, dude. Also, 𝗙𝗃, look at me. Or aka, I mean. She has babies! She has babies! Oh my god! She has baby. She saved my life, bro. She saved my life. I need to mark this down, bro. Dude, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I thought she was lost forever. I thought she had turned into the belly eater. But she's still here. And I've been calling her a good boy this entire time, but it turns out it's a girl. I could die right now. That is adorable. Dude, I was so... That is really creepy. The spider silk screaming like that is really creepy. Didn't the trap work? Like, what the fuck is going on? No. Oh my god. Oh my god, look! The animation is with her babies too! I thought she was fucking... Dude, I was really fucking sad. I was like, there's no way. She turned into belly eater. And then psych, bitch. How much can she get out now? I knew the devs were evil, but not that evil. Hello?
𝗙𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃
What's going on?
Oh, yeah.
I still haven't bought my personal spa. Oh. Here's my house. My house is still fine. What about chakra? Chakra!
Benny Frank.
Dude, I don't know. This is creepy. Only thing that made me happy is them. We're officially sub 3 hours. Holy moly. Hello? Oh no, my elevator's broken. Ah! Everyone dead here? Oh shit, my phone is dying. Tamagotchi scream for me?
Yeah.
Hello. Oh shit, it's not happy though. I need to take care of my Tamagotchi before it dies. Yeah, no, that I was about to be really sad, but then it was like an epic moment. I think the next time my Tamagotchi dies, we're gonna add, I was it 15 hours we're gonna add, or is it 10 still? Also, wishing death upon Greg is crazy. 𝗙𝗵𝗋, you just missed the most epic cinema moment. I am not kidding you. You're like, it's almost like you want to go back in the VOD to check it quickly. It wasn't a long thing, but you might want to go back in the VOD. I don't want to spoil it. You kind of have to see that shit. Bro! Holy fucking plant, dude! Can't you just suck the life out of this one? With my file or something? Oh! It's like Hollow Knight, it works. Same. Like they do the VOD channel coming when it's from the same stream, so it's not even out yet. Dude, whenever she streams like that, it freaks me out, man. It seriously freaks me out. Oh no, I was thrown out. I'm sorry to hear. I'm so much blue in the wormwave. Not where I'm supposed to go though, so let's not get let's not get sidetracked. La la. Alright, I ruined Chapel. I think that's it. Hello, guys. Cowards, here you hide, even though you, as you cause your own land's demise. Yeah, they did actually just run like fucking cowards. I am displeased, old one. We only did what you asked. The snare is sprung, the creature consumed. You bound it to that void.
Elos.
Don't play daft. You should know well our family's fixations. Surely you had a hunch. How else could we hope to trap one of your pale kin, or to see her consumed with such how do you pronounce that? Insatiable efficiency.
Cadestre.
You have miscalculated gravely. The White Knight should fell with the mother. We have felt their force even here, so the mother resists the dark to save the child?
Nesvie.
That is my guess. Wait! Lace is Mother Silk's daughter? That has not clicked in my head this entire time. So she's... That's why we keep hearing her, because she's resisting getting consumed by the void, because Lace is in there with her. She doesn't want her daughter to die. Oh my god.
Tamiayan. Miofene.
That's what the fucking diving bell is for!
Da, fenestra.
Yeah, fuck you guys, you're cowards. Hello, Rigid. Alright, but we're gonna take Belby's then. So what? If I do this? Aha! Wait, that's so cool! That's so useful as well! What the fuck? Where do we need to go? The diving bell? Oh, there first. The deep docks. Shit, I should put on the magma resistant then. Dude, there's no fucking bench until way for. Okay, I'm just gonna go and find the bench here. Why the fuck did Lace fright me in the first place? I don't get that. Or I don't remember. What the fuck?
Engina fora.
Poor daughter. These black quakes now rack your lands. I'm seeking to see them quelled at their source below the lakes of flame. Yours to descend so deep, 𝗙𝗆𝗿𝗃. It is true these dogs possess a craft capable. Alas, we ourselves cannot help whether 𝗏𝗏 health or fall. Our charge ties us to this forge.
𝗏𝗏𝗪.
Ballo.
𝗏𝗏𝗪. Benny Frank.
Yeah, it is gonna crumble. Bro, can it? Okay, dude. I'll be here. It's fine. I'll be in the corner. I'll be here. You still see the no, I'm not gonna remove Bobbins. He's staying. Okay, here we go. Now we can go to the diving bell. I marked it even so long ago because I didn't know how to unlock it, but now I understand. My eyes have been opened. Oh, there's so much void everywhere. Everyone's just void. Yeah, it's been a lot of cinema moments for us. I'm starting to get a headache. I don't know. Hi, Collag.
일어나래.
It's gonna fucking fall or some shit like that. Yeah, I didn't know how to get into this diving bell for the longest time, and now I understand. It's gonna fall, bro. It's always falling. It's every time you get into some sort of elevator in this game, it fucking falls. What's gonna go wrong? Oh look, I can even get a little.
가스빈?
Even get a little bench, yo. And I'm strapped in. Yeah, I do frost. Oh, cutscene. 𝗙𝗵𝗹𝗪. Well, I'm happy I defeated him then. Every time Yen says yo, it reminds me of Irvin from Billy and Mandy talking like Thanos. I don't fucking know what she's...
일어나라.
Oh boy. Hello? Ah. Uh-huh. Oh, you see that? Oh, you did it. Well, let's go. Yeah, it's the roly-polish. But they're voided! The abyss! Oh! Ew! 𝗙𝗶𝗃𝗴 monsters! Ah! Yun ay kaldot! Oh yeah, wasn't there an abyss in fucking Hollow Knight 2? I mean, I think about it. Ew, that's disgusting. Oh, kuk. I don't know why you're below me, but it's disgusting. Good thing I'm pretty fucking good at parkour, eh? Ew, why is it so 𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗴𝗀? Disgusting, bro. Still waiting for my points? What fucking points? Yeah, I've gotten better this game. Those ones. There's like a boss room that scared me, but I don't have a... Ooh. Oh hell no! Oh hell no! Oh! Oh! What the frick? Bitch! I don't know where I am though. Haha. Hello?
To me again.
Hear your light monarch sunk so deep, yet you still cling to life. Would you let your lance be choked black to protect just her? Please!
That's fine.
Letting you live was my rebellion. I mean, yeah, you saved my life, bro. I was being choked. You fixed? What? Okay. Then do it.
𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃.
Woo-goo!
𝗙𝗺𝗃𝗃𝗃.
Woo-goo!
𝗙𝗺 𝗙𝗃𝗃.
Count this land free of your mother's grasp. My mother's? Alright. No, I'm the one talking to Lace. Okay, sorry. Oh shit, I'm about to eat that! Right? You saw the bell eater, right? Hello, does this not lead anywhere? Oh, it does. No, I can't reach it! No! Wait, I can. Oh yeah! Thank you, Kami. Hi, Sander. Åh, helvete. I took the wrong bell. I took the wrong fucking bell. I thought it was gonna be magma down here, you know? Stop screaming, it's scary. Did the first one make it through? I don't know. I didn't see it back then. It's just a small detail. Yeah! Dude! The Bell-piece literally saved my life. 𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. Who's whispering in my ear? Who's ASMRing right now? Oh! Can I go in there? No. Well, hello? Oh, hello? Daughter of a distant land, we have remained awaited long by the shrink to a new bind! Hi Grim, hi Ender. I can go up! I can go up! I can go up! Oh fuck, wait, no! Yo! No way! That's awesome! Ah, man, love that. It's literally Crystal Dash from Hollow Knight, but vertical. It goes all the way up to the ceiling as well. Wait, that's crazy. Wait, what? I still don't have the map for this fucking place and it pisses me off. Yeah, if there is a ceiling, that's true. Just echo to infinite void otherwise. All that parkour was worth it, I think. Oh. It was right here. It was right here, bro. I literally... Wait, were you gonna apologize because it was right here? You didn't tell me? Dude, it was right above the bench! Alright, well, I've explored most of this. Thank you, 𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗄. How fast are your parkour? No, it's gonna be some stressful shit where I need to get out of this place because it's fucking sinking. I know it. I know.
Ah! Nej, jag vill inte! Jag stressar! Jag vill inte! Nej! I'm really bad under stress, bro!
When would the clip command work again? You know the issue with the clip command? The issue with the clip command, which I hate, is that it doesn't create a title, a customized title for it, so you don't have no idea what the fucking clip is unless I go through it manually. And, second of all, it might not even clip exactly the moment you want to, because it just clips the last 30 seconds. You know? So that's why it's shit. Like, whenever I would have the clip command, I would just get a bunch of fucking unnecessary clips. Like, if you really want to clip something, it's really easy to do so. Especially on PC. It's like, you press Alt-X and it will clip for you. Okay. Fuck. Am I gonna die now? Wait, it wasn't any Oh. How did I do it? I did get- wait! I was supposed to explore in there though. Did I explore everything? I did. Can I get up? Wait, there's a place here. March calm. Shut up. HP. Nine. What was the point of going there? What was the point of going there? Huh? There was another way and I didn't fucking see it? Nah! The way there? Oh, it is. Arcane egg. Relic. Okay. Hi, T-Dog. At least I killed the mob up here. Yeah. Oh, I get stressed when she screams. What? right in. Because you spoke to me, so I couldn't do two things at the same time. Yeah. I'm really bad at multitasking. Alright, but at least we died near close to the entrance, so it ain't that bad. No, I'm not annoyed, I'm just breathing. There's an item I missed, and I gotta get it. So we gotta parkour all the way back to where we were. Cause look, now I spawn closer, cause I'm smart like that, so I don't have to walk all the way there. But that means I gotta do my cool parkour again! Okay. Ah! I didn't have my fucking silk, bro. Oh, that's smooth. Holy fuck, that was smooth. Above me, isn't it? What the fuck? I do have the above ability, I forgot about it.
Friend.
I could have just done that. I was being cool instead. So it is apparently over here. Far side. Can it be assembled in a home? Observation? What? Okay, I need to go back to 𝗏𝗏𝗏 then and check that out. No. Oh yeah, that! Okay, shut up. Can they get me here? No, they can't. Well, I wouldn't want to go down here either. Okay, let's try this. can't get me here. I wouldn't want to be here either. It's because there's void everywhere. I'm scared. I'd be scared. I become like a fucking arrow. It is. It saves so much time for coring and shit. That's ass. Oh, you died. Nice. Just wanted to kill it once. She just have 2 HP in a dream. There's another one. Du skämtar! I knew it. I knew I should have taken it slow. Oh, I'm so far away. Did you like not die? Dude, it's not that bad. Where's the bench? Where's the bench? Where the fuck is the bench that was here? Hello? Wasn't there no bench here? I swear I saw a bench on the map. Oh, it's giving me silk. I don't like that. Uffa. Okay, I also need to swap out this because I'm not supposed to have a warning bell. Actually, no, let me have the lantern instead. The floor is lava? Is that what it's gonna do to me? Why is there stressful music? Oh. I love my life. I should have had the fucking magma bell, dude. cool. I don't like this place. I keep fucking up with that. I need to go get the magma bell. I want the magma bell. Can I get the magma bell? Hello? Can I please get the magma bell? What? Yeah. Yes. Yes. I feel like climbing up Mount Faye again, just reverse. Hello? Free bird. Okay. No. Oh. Okay, though I'm cooked. I'm so cooked, bro. Oh my god, I did it! Did you see how much I clutched right there? Oh my god, I was so close to getting hit by the lava! I was so close! I am really good at parkour in this game, okay? Oh my god, thank you. That felt amazing. I don't know if you guys saw that. If you didn't see that, you missed cinema, bro. Holy shit. That was basically first try. I'm not gonna lie, because I didn't die before the lava started rising. Yeah. Hi, Jordan. Good job, thank you. Like, sometimes I do really well under pressure, and sometimes I do horribly. It depends. Like, I really choked on that one point where I need to jump up. But after that, I was fucking zooming, bro. Oh, I knew it was gonna be Floris Lava or some bullshit like that. Huh? Look at my ability now, by the way. I can literally just go back to the 𝗙𝗶𝗊𝗍. By calling upon her children. 𝗙𝗶𝗊𝗍. Actually, yeah, where is the third kid? Didn't she have 3 kids? Where's the third one? Where's your third kid? Mom! She ate it? What? Oh no, the thieves! No, my money! Get away from me! That's my money! My money! My money, bitch! Oh yeah, I've gotta go to my home first before I go do this. I don't know if I'm slowly losing my voice because I'm screaming so much, or I think it is. I'm screaming a lot. No, there she has 3 babies. I see 3 there. I don't know what the item is. I think it's that I can like... Oh, there! 3 babies! She has 4 to 6? What? Wait. More quests. Oh no, there's so many more quests now. Fuck. Void masses. Pinstra's home? Accept her challenge? What the fuck? Okay. Oh shit. Yo! State of the world can be sensed. Completion quantities. Yeah! I can see how many percentage I have! Yeah! 68! I'm 68% done! 68% done! Holy shit! Dude, I feel like I've done so much in the game and I'm still only 68% there. What the fuck? Dude, the fact that they don't tell you until now is crazy. I could have been on 67 or 69, but nope. Nope. I guess they don't display it because they don't want people to just focus on the number going up. They want people to like explore the game and, you know, stuff like that. No, I mean it doesn't matter unless you're trying to 100% it either. Hello, cowards.
Yanara.
Deeper than I safely descend, yelp. Wait, what? I need to plunge into the water?
Miofene.
The flower! I need to find the Everbloom.
Aledara.
Nesvie.
Isn't that the flower that you fucking transport in Hollow Knight, or is it not? Oh, never mind. It's the same flower. They're old men talking. A spell that can be cast with enough power, enormous power. Okay.
That's fine.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh no. Elegy of the Deep.
Not a miss.
Oof. I need to find all the hearts. Encrusted heart. Pollen heart. Ew. Hunter heart. That's where I get it. Oh my god. And then Blasted Step in a place I haven't even been in. And then... the Farfield place I didn't go up to yet. Yep. Alright. Makes sense. I also have a place here I don't have marked. I don't know what that is. Been a lot of cinema stuff so far, though, I'm not gonna lie. Like, the Bell Beast thing, the lava rising. Like, it's been very fucking cool. Fuck, I hate Sands of Karak though. Everybody hates Sands of Karak. I gotta do this quest at the Blasted Steps anyway. Hi Jay, welcome back. Yeah, what first heart should I do? Farfield's one, the Heart of the Wild? I'm gonna fight a moose, bro. I'm to fight a moose. I mean, true, I can Silksong a lot of places now. What if it's a space I've been marked on the map, you know? The red mark. Because I couldn't get up there before. Chad, there's only 2 hours left of Sealathon! Also, Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have 2 hours and 30 minutes as well, but you know, still. I'm not gonna finish 𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗀 tonight. Because I shouldn't overextend myself right now, but it is gonna probably be done tomorrow. Dude, what the fuck would they do? What the fuck would they do without Hornet? Literally. The night would be fucked. The whole fucking place in the first game would be fucked. Because it's like chain of events. This 𝗏𝗏 would be fucked. Like everything would be fucked. She has done so much and no one ever fucking is grateful, I swear. Both the Knight and Hornet are crucial to the— yeah, I mean, yeah. No, no, you're— I don't think so, puppy. I mean, I don't know, actually. Oh, it's that guy. He's still up and about, I see. I'm not letting Greg die. Yeah, you're doing good. I mean, if you're lucky, but if someone spins the wheel, because literally, we have 2 more points to spin the wheel. If someone gets jackpot or 180 minutes, then I know this got fucked up because of the Knight, who could only get so far because Hornet killed the guy with the cloak. 𝗏𝗏 got fucked because Mommy got voided. Yeah. But again, if 𝗏𝗏 wouldn't have saved me, then I would have died, but 𝗏𝗏 would have probably been fine? No, because she wouldn't have resisted the void. Hi, Koi. Good morning. But didn't— well, no. 𝗏𝗏 did not get fucked because of the Knight, did it? I mean, because of the Hollow Knight. Yes, because
Yo,
he
is that
got—
gifted subs? Yo, let me come down the stairs real quick. Hang on.
Thank you! Let's go! What do we get? Okay, you know what? It's still positive time. Imagine you would have gotten -60. It's actually kind of scary right now. Like, someone could literally spin the wheel and get -60 minutes. And there'd be like an hour left, basically. You're not gonna get the karaoke stream, chat. Nor the cat maid costume. Okay. Oppa. Okay, that did not do shit. Why have I marked this place then? Like, why? Oh! to get up here before. Oh man! What is this place? I'm sorry for pulsing at a perfect time. Night got dream nail, which unleashed the radius further, which to be fair would have happened eventually, but it would have taken ages more. That is true. But also, if the king wouldn't have tried to create like the pure vessel or like the perfect knight, you know, then we wouldn't have had the issue with that to begin with either. With like him getting infected and shit. I mean, yeah, true. But if it wasn't for the knight, then you know, everyone would have just been fucked by radiance. I'm en kuk på dig då. Die. Again! I'm dead. Dude, this is so fucked! Again! Again! Why? I mean, at least I'm prepared more for it because this one is easier than the one I did first. I think. Oh, could you do this when you didn't have double jump? I have to fight those again. Okay, that's kuken. That's fucking kuk, bro. Men kan du sluta? Men die! And I stupid bitch, bro! Nej! No! No!
Du skämtar!
Alltså det är fan lack.
Yep. I'm tired as fuck. My head is hurting and my eyes are hurting. Because I'm determined. Yeah, bulldog.
That's not medicine.
Yes, it is. Yes.
You explain to them.
Eileen said, do you want anything for the headache? I said, yes, bulldog. I'm like, he's like, yeah, but medicine. Is that medicine for you? Yes. I'm sweating my ass off too, actually.
Oh.
I think I need to take off my pants and get bareback. Alright. Bye. How much? For what? I was so close to the exit too. I fucking hate this. Aye. No, shut up. Jag orkar inte. I'm not doing this anymore. This is pissing me off. I probably don't even need it for 100% completion either. Stupid fucking thing. Yeah, if you want to. Yeah, sure. Va? Cosplay? Kan du skriva? What places? Okay. No, I'm not mining shit. I'm sitting next to you. Alright. Keep the commentator too.
Ah. Well, apparently. Oh shit! I can hear. God. Huh? I did a thing, Jenny. Where am I? Who am I? Put it down here. Ah. I don't remember. Oh, audio delay is so cool, game. Maybe. Oh yeah. Oh, how did I? Zoom up. Down? Oh, it is. Oh, very cool. Thank you. Very cool.
I was gonna try.
Oh. Oh man. So do you actually want me to do it or yes?
Yes.
Okay. Fine. Ah, sure. Oh. Probably could if there wasn't so much shit in it. And you don't really have platforms. Well. I mean. How silly she looks like when she falls.
A mushroom.
Fuck. I remember well enough. That's fine. That's bullshit. I can't hear if I'm hitting or not. Ah, that's fun. Rather take the one. Cats. I don't hear. I tried without hearing me. I hear. Oh, I have audio. Way better. I'm very cool. It's so fucked not hearing anything when you hit. so yeah. Not having my own keyboard and not hearing is really fun. Wow.
First fish ever!
First fibs. Big fibs. Finally. How do I... Like a mystery trying to figure out how to do things on someone else. Also, you can see this. I don't know if you saw. You see? The missing ones. That's cool, right?
Thank you!
Yeah, thank you. Very cool. Feel sick? Have you considered taking medicine? Have you been considering just taking medicine? One small medicine. If you take one medicine now, you will feel good in 30 minutes. Oh yeah, shit. But that is on me for not listening what I was doing. But yeah, take one small medicine. Oh.
$100 or something.
That's true. Decided by me.
Yeah! It's time? Hi everybody, I'm talking now. Here with your 𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗃. Today, no, I'm inside of you. Hi. I'm gonna go take medicine. Hi, Juke. Woo. Service? You wanna get your keyboard?
Yeah.
Woo! I'm gonna go take my medicine quickly because I feel really bad. Streaking it.
I'm a key.
Streaking it. Yeah, congrats on 185. We're sub 2 hours. So save it yourself. Don't have someone else to save it for you. Hello. Can I get my soda?
Huh?
You told me to. Eileen is playing FYI. Because I rage quit. There. I don't have any delay. No, I don't. I haven't noticed. And it's because of the capture card, probably. I don't know. You have parry, by the way. Hate the boy one. What happened?
Hit me on the edge. So that's all.
Can I get your chair? No, just being a delay.
Okay, but imagine that is shit.
That's how it's always been.
Delayed.
I didn't know it's a fun. I don't know. Apparently, I've had delayed sound. What? What? What the fuck? And it says there's like 300 millisecond delay.
Ah, man.
Your mental delay usually cancels it out. That's what I'm saying.
You see the attack and hit a whoosh afterward. Fucking understand. So fucking what?
How does it sound like when I hit you guys? That's not that bad. I thought it was louder.
No.
Cause it looks really bad when in my microphone thing. But then I hit it, and it doesn't sound that bad. Sorry I hit you guys. I sound cute though. ASMR.
Oh, that's tricky. The more I think about it. Because you see this, right? Yeah.
Woo woo. Yeah, Eileen can add 2 more hours to the timer. Yeah, I can do that. There we go. 2 hours has been added! Also, we have a new cry emote. Kami updated it. They're both void? That's fucked. Here you go. I'm quiet because I'm stressed. I'm biting on something. I'm not eating anything, I'm just biting down on a silicone thing. That sounds wrong, actually. No. Mask shard. I get another HP.
That took way more tries.
No, delete it. On the right. It's not a breakable wall. Well, it looks like it.
It really does, I know, but it...
Watch out. But not now. Oh, I got to hear that. You.
Better now?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. By the way, guys.
Oh, my keyboard. I do.
Oh yeah, you do need the keyboard back. Eileen has her fucking keyboard here. The reason Eileen did that is because I did the harder version of that parkour she just did. There's a clip of it if you want to see. It's pretty cinema, actually. You also missed the 𝗏𝗏𝗏 scene. If you haven't seen that either, I recommend checking it out. Honestly, if we could get both those clips in the chat, that would help a lot, because some people missed the cinema scenes. I was biting down on my clicker thing. It has like a silicone band on it. Look at that clutch parkour clip. And the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Ooh, farmer's market, super cozy though. Yes. Just don't go. Alright. Let me just revert time so Drew can decide not to go to the farmer's market. Drew is literally living in Stardew Valley. Yeah. But anyways, there are clips thanks to Shiro and others. So, clappies. Fucking lava, dude. Where do I need to go? How do I get up there? I got a new ability too, look. I know, right? I was I did the harder version of that. The bridge up here. Hi, Faye. Hi. Hello. Okay, I don't know where to go. I mean, if you want, can you tell me? So it doesn't take... I think it's here that I get up here, then or here that I get like this. Because I've seen the rest of the map. Yeah, so I know now. Thank you. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, okay. Don't mind that my stomach hurts. Tummy ache. Alright, 6, 7. Oh shit. Hi, Bank. It could end. I will tell you right now, I am not streaming 4 hours tonight. So, it's gonna end tomorrow. Why not? Because I'm sick! I'm sick in the head, bro. Lies? What? Belvis! Did you see the Belvis too, by the way? Like the Bell Eater and that fight? Show your sickness to your alpha sign. I need to go change panties per pack.
Huh?
No, no, no.
I don't know. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, sometimes you just like my underwear was so fucking uncomfy. I just needed to fucking change it. I can't game if I don't. If I'm not comfortable, you know. No.
Yes, yes, yes.
Where the fuck is it? Donate 1K right now, you can relatively sure it won't end. Yeah, guys, just listen to what DJ said and it won't end probably. Lol. I hate when she screams. It's fucking creepy. So yeah, if you've missed the story so far, we went up to defeat 𝗙cie_𝗏𝗵 again. If you see here. We went up to the cradle and we defeated 𝗙cie_𝗏𝗵 again, but this time we had a trap. We were trapped her into the void. And while she was getting trapped into the void, she started choking us. And then her daughter, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, who we fought to get up there in the beginning, she came and saved us and went down into the void with 𝗙cie_𝗏𝗵. And that led us to being in the abyss. And in the abyss, she's trapped in the deep waters here. And she won't let go because she doesn't want her daughter to, you know, die to the void like she is gonna if she stops resisting. So what we're trying to do now is make sure that the void doesn't, because now the void is spreading throughout all of the fucking 𝗏𝗏, which is the whole place here. And we're trying to stop that by freeing 𝗏𝗏𝗏, I believe. Well, helping 𝗏𝗏𝗏 out of it, I think, and then. Yeah, and if you know Hollow Knight, the first game, the void was also in that game. A big part of it. I know, Eileen, that's why it's creepy as fuck. What we have to do now is find the 3 hearts. Heart of Might, Heart of the Woods, and Heart of the Wild. To fix 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Does it have cookies? I don't know. Anyways, do you guys want me to finish the 𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗃 today? Well, okay. You guys can decide if you finish this or not, you know? Dude, I just want someone to spin the wheel and hit like several negative 60 minutes in a row, and it would be really funny. Like it. How do I get up there? I don't get it. I also got this new ability which I can do this. I go woo! Woo! Like that. You go up? Yeah. Want a hint? Yes, please. She was part of 𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗃 painted.
Yo, is that gifted subs? Yo, let me come down the stairs real quick. Hang on.
Thank you so much for the gift of subs. Let's go. Okay, it's at least positive. It's at least positive. Let's go. Thank you. Oh yeah, it is also like bonus gifted subs and only 10 points to spin the wheel until 27th. Both of them. Look for alien. Left of shaft. I gotta go here. Okay, Eileen just pointed it. I like how DJ actually made effort to do a hint, and Eileen just pointed at it for me. Oh man. Oh helvete. I don't like the void ones. Just fucking parry the void, bro. It's that simple. Fuck, it's far until there though. That's my inner alpha coming out because I'm sick. I'm trying to parry it. Oh, she's screaming again. I don't like it when she screams. That's her resisting the void, by the way. She's going raw. Oi. That's void, I mean. Aj! Men du skämtar med mig! At least I'm not far away. Find a spot to stop, please? No. Go to bed. If you miss it, you miss it. Boo-hoo. Sorry, that's mean. Jesus.
Yo, is that gifted subs? Yo, let me come down the stairs real quick. Hang on.
Thank you! For me? Driving the rights. Loser gets roasted by Blevins.
Wait, two
If you're lucky,
spinnies!
I'll let you keep your snacks. Maybe.
Holy
Don't cry when
shit!
Ginny RNGs it. Combat or go home.
Nej.
Oh.
Nej. No. I just plus minus 0. It's not not supposed to spin again.
I'm
It's not.
fucking your dad.
System says, Baron Chaos has resubbed for 31 months with message remember to dodge
I don't know if
Jenny
it's
please.
supposed to spin or not now.
Baron
I don't-
Chaos 𝗙𝗶𝗶𝗃, 31 months. Legendary. Dodging Jenny is an Olympic sport. No
It
one's
was supposed
faster
to
than
spin
me.
twice.
Thanks for sticking around, DGens. Bet you wish you could dodge my snack tax, too.
It's not supposed to spin this many times. Baron, thank you so much for 31 years. Holy shit. Thank you. Men de är ju fan alltså. Thank you for the high train by the way. Like, they were just gonna keep killing me. How am I gonna get this fucking void shit if they just fuck me in the ass all the time? Years? Yes.
Please?
Yeah!
Elite 30 says, Gamba. Gamba
Get the
gang.
gamba!
DGens. Risk it all or cry to Jenny later. I'll take your loot when you lose. Don't fuck me. Double down. Triple fun. Winner buys snackies for blubbins.
You finally got good time, bro! Mine, well, except the jackpot one time, but this kind of... Holy moly. How does the game expect you to do this bullshit? How does the game expect you to do this bullshit? How does the game expect you to do this bullshit? I'm really bad at right now. I'm really upset. Can you tell? Can you fucking tell? Nej, 𝗙𝗵𝗏𝗃𝗏 jävla fan myggjävel. Vad är det? Vårda språket? Nej, det tänker jag inte. I do not have the bell. You swapped it out, I remember. Quit work, embrace Jenny. That's all I can say. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, I'm saying great things. I'm actually, if you repeat exactly what I'm saying, you will do great in Sweden. Yes! Yes! Woo! 1 out of 12, guys. Wait, where am I going? Ah, alien. Glorp. Glorpa. Men vad fan, hur fan kom jag dit då? It's blocked! Du skämtar! You're telling me I need to walk all the way from the marrow to get there!
That's right.
Luckily I got my crew backing me up. They added this fucking thing. Why is it 6 hours now? Because you finally hit good fucking shit, bro! You're not gonna miss it, puppy, because now it's 6.5 hours left. I am not doing 6 hours tonight. No. Ronnie, you're so gifted. Nej, kuken! I need to go under my desk. I fucked up the cables again. going to sleep? Good night. Welcome back, James. Oh, here. Lulu. Where's Lulu? Where's Lulu? Everyone say hi to Lulu. Squeak. Yo! Lexi, congrats on the 30. Say small, congrats on the gifted. Let's go. I'm glad to see that you got some bonus gifted with that 𝗙𝗆. It actually adds to your account, by the way. Wait, did you just knock someone off the leaderboard of the 𝗙𝗶𝗴? Hold up, pause. Who did you knock off? You knocked off Phillips! Oh man! You got the 𝗙𝗶𝗴 badge. Well, you don't have it permanently until the event ends. So technically Phillips could fight you for the spot, but that means that 𝗙𝗶𝗴 will get knocked off. It's a competition. Yup. Okay, where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? I don't know. Where are we going?
The barro.
The marro.
Felix?
Oh yeah, Flar! Yuka, thank you!
Glorp mouse. Glorp mouse. Glorp mouse. Glorp mouse. Glorp mouse. That's some next level 𝗙𝗆 juke. I'll one up you, blorp, mouse, glorp, snack snatch, 𝗙𝗶𝗹𝗶𝗶𝗶𝗶𝗶. Only true degens understand this language. And Jenny's never gonna get it.
God damn! Plumpin started his own fucking rap, bro. Did you hear? He went blub, blub. Let's go. Thank you so much. Eileen's fighting a demon in the background, apparently. Glorp mouse? Glorp mouse? You put an ice cream on my...
What?
on my... pussy.
Huh?
When you're sick, you're allowed ice cream.
Huh?
It's an ice cream boat. Yeah. What the fuck, so big? Hello, Papa Smurf. Jenny's special pickles for only $99.99 today. Hello, how you doing? This fucking jam in this is so good. How am I? I'm sick, but mentally I'm okay. And I'm good actually. Backfall demon. Hi Andy. Is that a song? I do? Hi for my nightfish ship. Nightfish.
Oh, it's that one!
Yeah, heard this.
Oh, oh. Hope you feel better soon. Thank you!
Oh, Spike.
Congrats on a 3-stream streak! Yeah. Gawk gawk? That sounds what this sounds like. Gawk gawk? Hello, Estapa. I'm just gonna finish my ice cream and then we continue. Here. What do you mean continue? I'm gonna continue for a bit. I'm gonna do what Eileen told me to do. I'm going to this guy. Oh my god. Okay, back. Need to type my balls? I'm wondering if it's your actual balls or Alien. I guess Alien. I guess both are valid. Hi, Gunnar. Yo, broccoli!
I'm sorry, but that's reserved for my Discord kittens.
Yeah! Eileen, can you do the honors? Can you VIP and broccoli, please? Congrats! Now I'm broccoli can stop watching the stream.
What?
Oh fuck, sorry. What do you mean there's no bench until I get up there? I'm 1 HP, bro. Fuck. I'm scared. That's why I'm quiet. I'm scared. He's also voided. Va? Nej! That's like super bad, bro. That's like really. What? I was joking and it killed me. I could have sat on the bench below it and I didn't because I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Nej! Men skämtar du? Jag kollar ju inte ens. Vad håller jag på med? Right? I'm stupid. Might go rip the frost right now. Help. This is 𝗙𝗵𝗀𝗃𝗃. 𝗙𝗵𝗀𝗃𝗃! Are you still alive? 𝗙𝗵𝗀𝗃𝗃! Oh, where's 𝗙𝗵𝗀𝗃? Is it not 𝗙𝗵𝗀𝗃? I feel like it's 𝗙𝗵𝗀𝗃. 𝗙𝗵𝗀𝗃! Bro, so are you gonna do the still command by the way when I die? Yay! You did it! Wait, I'm gonna see if I've gotten any updates on any emotes I'm waiting for. Hold up, pause. I have!
Yeah.
Oh shit, I got it. I got it yesterday! Fuck! I got an update of an emote yesterday and I didn't reply. I'm so bad. Yeah, there's a new emote coming. Well, several actually, but one I got an update about, but I didn't know they wrote because I was sick yesterday, so I was like out of it. I did sit on the bench. Va? Chat, do I make soda for Eileen? Oh, there's a void here. I need to kill that.
Yes, yes, yes.
What do I get for it? make soda quickly. Hold up.
Yeah.
Ah, I almost fell. Fuck. I almost fell off my chair. Because remember one wheel is missing, so if I lean on that side where the wheel is missing, it fucking tilts over. My chair is broken. Ah. Okay, I am now ready to defeat the void. Sorry. And if I die, I try again. He's sniping me, bro. Yes!
Aim where they're going, not where they are.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's been a lot of cinema scenes so far in this part of the game. Jag vill inte. Oh! Oh! Okay. Ice going on. Dude, stop fucking sniping me, bro! I'm gonna be stuck here forever. I hate these void mobs. I fucking hate them. Well, it doesn't matter how I treat them, I'm still dying to them. Oh. I'm so tired in my eyes though. Okay, we're gonna just calm down and play. guy's harder to defeat than the other one. Cause he throws shit too, it's fucked. Really? What? I am very happy. Alrighty, I'm not sure I'm gonna do this for much longer. I'm just letting you know I might not do the wild heart today. I'm gonna wake up completely fucked tomorrow and not being able to stream because of my screaming and overexertion today. Fuck. I have to do this shit again. Men sug en balle, gör du inte? Nej, det gör du inte. I'm just tanking it, bro. You don't even know, bro. Men va? Jag fucking slog ju! No, I wanted to heal. That's so fucked. I'm gonna swap out my... I'm swapping out this thing because it's fucking me over all the time. Pissing me off. No. Because every time I run away from them, I fucking waste my silk and then I don't have enough silk to fucking heal when I try. It pisses me off. Void destroy silk? Well, fuck Void then. Don't fuck the Void, please. No. Do not the Void. Get bursted, bitch. Okay, sniper. Oh shit. Okay. It would be kind of fun to go back in the Hollow Knight VODs and see if, or how many times I died in Hollow Knight in total. There is definitely a lot more in this game. Void? Yeah, but it doesn't exist anymore, I believe. No, we call it Shade. Yeah, no, we deleted the command. Okay. Hi Dub, hope you're doing good. Sleep well if you're going to bed. Finally.
Nice, yeah.
They're gonna be like, yeah. Oh. Alien! Finally we're at the alien statue. Yeah, I can go up here. That must have taken ages to find out otherwise, unless you thought about it.
Oh no. What the heck?
Aha! Oh no, it had babies. Oops, it's better kill them too. Don't get voided, don't get voided. Okay. also locked. It's a lot prettier here than where I was, at least. I can hold on for a bit now. Ah shit, Void. Oh. That's bad. No way. That was one of the easier ones. 𝗙𝗵𝗏𝗃𝗏. Hey, this is a horrible place. Jag älskar det här. Det är jättekul. All right. We're here again. Some big fucking map, bro. Men jävlar vad du håller på då! This is fucked. The place to the left down here though. Might be a 𝗙𝗵𝗏𝗃𝗏 there. And give me the 𝗙𝗵𝗏𝗃𝗏. Oh, I see. It leads here. Or there is a bench supposedly down below me. The fucking thieves are here! Oh, it's a place you have to pay to get into. I remember. But now I don't have to pay for it anymore because it's blown up. But it's closer. Hi. Ah, shit. What is that in the background? Hello? Sprint Master Swift.
Buenera.
Oh, hello.
I don't want to race somebody. Do I have to? Hi, Fever. Yeah, but that's 1 out of 4. That's 1 out of 4. Yeah, I'm not gonna do
The
it
Russian
now.
Frost says, "Hey Blevins, I really love your sellouts and I want to ask you to say perchance in your every sentence from now on. Perchance you're asking for too much, degens. Perchance I'll do it if someone drops a fat donation. Otherwise, perchance it'll just be in your dreams. Gotta get those 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶 funds somehow, right?"
𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶 funds. Oh. Va? Dude, I'm getting so tired. I'm pressing buttons. I don't even know what I'm pressing. Up here, and then 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 here. At least he was normal. This guy's not normal though. Men hur vet han att jag ska hoppa? Det är helt sjukt! Det är helt sjukt! Jävla fuskare är du! Can you translate? Aileen can translate if she can write. She can be the live translator. I can also throw shit, huh? Yeah, did you know? it open? Oh. Just ready to enter, but is there anything else? Was there a bench closer than the guy over there? Oh yeah, right, I can go up tonight. I forgot about that. Hell yeah. Alright, let's see what this fucking wild guy is. Good morning. Hi, SMP. Hail bees, bring a brew, and we had sensed that you're writing harsh our final fate. Hail Sunday, yeah! We're going. If power you come seeking, mine is faded. Mortal time taken.
That's fine.
Great one, I come not to see you as you are. Rather, I would have recalled what you were before the pale monarch, when once your heart beat bright and brave. Yeah, see, that it kinda got fucked up because I'm sick. So I'm sorry about that. The stream started giga late.
Cadestre.
Blame fate. If you may, beast, if you can, mine once was power wild proud. You okay, bro? Oh. Remember who you are. Oh, I died. Oh, I hear someone singing. That's so pretty. Listen, everybody. Who she was before the pale— wait, Spider Mummy? This is who Spider Mummy was before Spider Mummy?
Get the...
What the frick? Oh shit, I didn't know you were supposed to do— oh no. Singer 𝗙𝗵𝗏. What do you do? Oh jävlar! Va? Well, is she the ant queen or something? Yeah. Alright. I don't like this boss fight at all. What do you mean? Wait, is that her? Why is she so big there? At least I don't die, but you don't need to do Silk. I don't die, do I? I go into this like memory thing. No, you don't die. Okay, you don't need to do Silk for this then. Adam! I haven't seen you forever, dude. How you doing? On Silk? Well, just don't. Next time I actually die, just don't do Silk then. I'm good. How about you? I'm doing good. We're at the last few hours of Silksong right now. Music, I guess, but I don't really like the fighting with this. I've been wondering where the ant queen was, by the way. I've been thinking, like, where the fuck is the ant queen? Because if there's an ant nest, where the fuck is the ant queen, you know? Second or favorite fight in the game, however, probably second hardest fight in the game, though I love it. The challenge is absolutely perfection. I don't like it. Not so far. On the first try, I don't like it. My favorite fight in the game so far. My favorite fight in the game so far is the, what's she called? The really fast one. I don't remember exactly what she's called, though. The one I was like in the Underworks, I think. Yeah, First Sinner. First Sinner is my favorite fight, followed by Mommy Silk. So we'll see if this goes on the leaderboard. No, Frost is afraid the timer is gonna go up. He's not blaming you for anything. But that was a bullshit. Nej! Nej! Landa inte på mig! I'm gonna die. I don't know what she's gonna do because she turns into a ball no matter what she fucking does. She turns into a ball no matter what she does. She's so unpredictable. Literally, honestly. You know, I wouldn't mind this fight if I didn't have to fight the fucking minions before every single try, and it's really annoying.
Garama!
Okay, well these guys are kind of easy because they only have like 2 patterns, so... Okay. I'm sweating. My hands are fucking making the controller wet. I'm not gonna lie. Ah. Ooh. Okay, breathe. 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 Breath. Breath. Alright, okay, I'm ready now. Men du skämtar! Nej! Va? Du skämtar? What was that? I'm so tired. I don't wanna... I mean, at least I don't have to like run back all the way or whatever to get to the fight, so I guess that's kind of nice. Haha, you missed. This guy's lower HP. I knew it.
The Russian Frost says, what goes around, comes around. But around goes comes what around? And rounding the goes. What comes going around? And around comes it goes. What it goes coming to go around. What comes around is Jenny's luck, always circling misery. If it goes around, it's probably my snack tax. Degens, don't overthink, just spin. Eventually, everything comes back to Blubbins anyway, perchance.
Hi Hot Whale, congrats on that sub. Well, I'm starting to get her pattern, but yeah. Man. That's where I die again. Because she's a fucking whore. You know, she's created the whole fucking ant colony and she's a whore for that. Me and her created the ant colony. Me being the queen from time again.
Get the!
I fucking hate this fight. It's pissing me off. I don't get taken like this. Her second phase is fucking brutal. They're a silk baby. Stop! She has no indication that she's gonna spin it, pissing me off! She just fucking spins to win, like, bro, calm down! Every time she goes into fucking... Yeah, she does keep singing if you pause, yes. I just lose my entire fucking rhythm when she goes into second phase because it's fucking stupid. My right arm hurts like hell. I'm not gurking it. No, I'm not dying. It's a fake world. You pay attention, gosh, 𝗙𝗏𝗏. Gosh is actually doing his job. Yeah. Oh, my arm hurts. Because I'm not that quitter.
Okay.
Spitters are quitters, bro. Hoorah. You hear her? She's fucking swearing at me. She called me a whore first. How I get parried, bitch. Ay, that hurt! Nay, I keep running into her. It pisses me off. Also, can she stop parrying me? Oh, here we go. She doesn't die! That's it for me. My hand hurts, my eyes hurt, I wanna cry, I am sick! I am sick of this bullshit game! You need to know when to stop,
The Russian
bro.
Frost says, it is
You
what
need
it
to know when to
is.
fucking stop.
But, what is it? What is it could? Is it have been and would, is it could be? What it is, has made, is to be. It is that it was what has it would, it has, is could be is what it should it has. It has been a two. Has it what it, of is in it, but is what it has? Is what it was?
Someone execute Frost.
Perchance, it is what Ginny wishes, snackless, bottom energy, never enough subs. What it should be. More donations, more chaos, more blubbins. If it was something, it's just stream shenanigans now. Don't ask, just vibe.
I'm gonna go before I break completely. I am not okay. I'm not okay. Yeah, I can't. My fingers hurt, my arm is aching, and my mental is gone. That's it. I will. Oh. I will see you guys tomorrow. Unless I wake up and feel worse, I'll see you. Keep a lookout in the Discord. Join the Discord if you haven't. That's where I'll announce if anything happens to the stream. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Check out the new YouTube video if you haven't as well. Please give it a like and subscribe and ring the notification bell. Woo! That's all. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for seal tags. I'm gonna go relax and hopefully with chicken noodle soup. I'm gonna eat bulldog, bro. I'm gonna eat bulldog. Thank you. I will defeat that boss tomorrow because she's a bitch and a whore. Sorry, I'm upset at her. Okay. I don't know how you guys enjoy that fight. You're fucking lying to yourselves and it's fucking Stockholm syndrome, bro. Her Sinner and Mommy Silk is so much better. Yeah. No, I don't like her. All she does is fucking sing in my ears. Like, oh! That's her. Good night, Björn. I'm about to leave as well. Alright, we'll defeat her tomorrow anyway and continue working on the hearts and stuff. Act 3 has been cool besides that point. Because I like the lava section and I like the 𝗏𝗶𝗶 section. The way it gets worse. I love that. Anyways, if you want to see what happens tomorrow with Silksong, then tune in and I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna fucking go shit on my pillow or something. Alright, bye bye. Yeah. Bye bye.